never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. A severe thunderstorm in western New York State, where officials are urging residents to stay off the highways until it passes. The snow's already begun to fall in Erie County, and County Executive Mark Polenkars says snowplows, which usually take 4 hours to complete a route, are now going to face some challenges in the Buffalo metropolitan area.
When we start getting to 3 inches per hour of snow, that is a very difficult rate for us to maintain because it takes us approximately 4 hours to do a plow route.
The Subcommittee on Government Operations Wednesday held a hybrid hearing to determine the United States Postal Service's performance during past holiday seasons, preparations for the upcoming holiday season, and how changes to the Postal Service will affect its ability to deliver efficiently. Here's Subcommittee Chairman Representative Gerald Colony during opening statements.
The Postal Service is preparing for this year's peak season by hiring seasonal employees, leasing additional facilities, and taking other measures, and that's good. Unfortunately, early recent reports indicate that the Postal Service is struggling to hire those temporary workers because of tight labor market and insufficient wages and benefits.
Well, it's official.
Twice impeached and twice found not guilty. President Trump announced his third White House run from his home in Florida during a primetime broadcast Tuesday evening.
In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States. This will not be my campaign. This will be our campaign all together.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says he thinks the upcoming Senate runoff in Georgia will give voters another chance to, quote, get it right. On Wednesday, Senator McConnell reiterated his assessment that Republicans underperformed among independents and moderate voters because of too much chaos and negativity leading up to the midterms. But now he sees Georgia's Senate race between Herschel Walker and incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock as a chance at redemption.
All of a sudden, I'm a fan of the runoff. We got another chance to get it right. And that's job one for us. 50 is better than 49, and we're going to give it everything we got.
The University of Virginia canceled their final home football game scheduled for Saturday against Coastal Carolina after an on-campus shooting left 3 UVA players dead. ESPN's Mark Schlabach has more.
There's going to be 3 funerals in 3 different states going forward, and a lot of the players have said they want to attend those. The university has to figure out a way to get them there, but the players want to support the victims' families.
Planning a vacation? Walt Disney Company will soon be charging more for families to experience the magic in Florida. Beginning in December, single-day, single-park tickets to Walt Disney World in Florida will vary in price based on which of the 4 theme parks people visit at the Orlando area resort. The new prices go into effect on December the 8th, and they are $189 for a visit to the Magic Kingdom around the holidays. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, here we go. Cross over that midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means it's Friday Eve. We're gonna try to get to the weekend, right? Thursday coming on. Made it through hump day. It's cold out there. What are we looking at? 27 at this hour. And windy. The wind chill, that's what's kicking. Now, 27, that's in southwest Ohio. I feel for those in the Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Man, old man winter is here rather early, in many cases, rather early, but with a vengeance. Well, we got the full breakdown here. Get you all up to speed. What we're looking at with our travelers' weather. There's going to be some real problems. And it's not going to be a short-term thing. We're talking a multi-day, big-time lake effect snow event. It may be one for the record books, according to forecasters. Matter of fact, as I look at the current radar scene, some of those lake effect snows have already begun. They're going to be intensifying big time through the day Thursday. Yeah, right now, most of the action is south of Buffalo. Supposedly, we're going to see a band set up, and it's going to be right over Buffalo, and it's going to be ongoing for several days in anticipation of lake effect snows that are going to go, many, many miles off the lakes, impacting a lot of roadways. Yeah, we've already got some travel restrictions. Matter of fact, in Pennsylvania, some restrictions are already in place. They kicked in at 6 o'clock p.m. this past evening. New York got a bunch of roadways where if you're in a big truck, you can't get there from here. New York's governor has issued a state of emergency ahead of the storm that's going to be impacting portions of upstate New York with intense lake effect snow starting today through Sunday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So a long duration lake effect event. Now, the most significant accumulation will be today and Friday, Thursday, Friday, seeing several feet of snow, maybe a couple feet of snow in the Watertown area. Now, when things get ramping up here, as we just heard in the news break, authorities there saying when the snowfall rates get up to that 3 inches per hour, which is what they're anticipating, the governor's office says we're not going to be able to keep up with this on the roadways. Hazardous travel conditions, power outages will result as this storm, with the combination of snow, ice, and wind. Now, the governor urging New Yorkers, stay alert, avoid unnecessary travel, especially in the Buffalo and Watertown areas, especially starting later Thursday evening and through the day Friday. Things are really going to be intense. Now, the Department of Transportation implementing a full commercial vehicle ban. And there's, like I said, a pretty significant list of roadways beginning at 4 o'clock Thursday afternoon. So you've got, you're clear tonight, you're clear through most of the day Thursday. Starting at 4 p.m., again, full commercial vehicle ban on Interstate 190 from Route 62 to I-90. Interstate 290, the full length commercial vehicle ban. Interstate 990, the full length. Interstate 33, the full length. Route 219, Route 39 to I-90. You got Route 400, the full length commercial vehicle ban. The Buffalo Skyway, Route 5, full length. Interstate 81 from exit 33 to the Canadian border. That's the one location where trucks will be able to use it, but trucks use the right lane only. Again, 81, exit 33 to the Canadian border. So, yeah, starting 4 o'clock this afternoon, all commercial traffic will be banned on the New York State Thruway from exit 46 to the Pennsylvania border. All commercial traffic headed eastbound on the Thruway must exit at exit 61. Commercial traffic headed westbound on the Thruway towards Pennsylvania from points east should use exit 46 for I-390 to 86 west. The Thruway is encouraging motorists download the mobile app, which is available for free on your iPhone or Android devices. This gives you the most up-to-date, real-time information. Live traffic cameras, some navigation assistance while you're on the go. You can also sign up for Trans Alert emails, which also provide the latest conditions along the Thruway. All right, parts of western New York, the Finger Lakes, central New York, the North Country, as they call it, are about to get pounded with the first big snow of the season, which means everyone in those regions needs to be ready for dangerous travel conditions. Governor said, my team and I are deploying emergency response assets ahead of the storm. Remain in constant contact with local officials. We are focused on the forecast. Remain vigilant ahead of the storm. And yes, avoid unnecessary travel during these hazardous conditions. We got the full rundown again. Some areas may see something akin to maybe 6 feet of snow, depending on where the most intense lake effect bands set up. Horse Feathers last evening mentioned, he said, remember that big storm here a few years ago? What year was it? When some areas ended up with like 7 feet of lake effect snows. That was a deadly storm. Despite all the advance notice and the warnings that don't travel if you don't have to, there were a dozen fatalities, hundreds of people stranded out there on the roadways for a long duration time. We'll kind of take a look back through the history books. And, of course, they're telling us this storm, when all is said and done by, say, late Sunday into early next week, this one very well could go down into the record books. So here's what we're looking at. Obviously, travel is going to be difficult to nearly impossible. You get in some of those heavier snow bands, sections of Interstate 90, the Buffalo area, 81 north of Syracuse. It may be snowing at 2 to as much as 4 inches per hour at times. Thunder snow possible in some of those more intense bands. Now, you've seen your fair share of snow showers with the arrival of the winter air, the cold temperatures, but this event could be historic, one of historic proportions, as the lake effect snow machine ramps up to full throttle today and continues into the weekend. Obviously, you've got lake effect snow warnings for the Buffalo area that actually started yesterday. That's going to remain in place right on through the weekend. The warning also encompassed nearby Orchard Park, New York, where the NFL's Buffalo Bills are scheduled to play the Browns at 1 o'clock on Sunday. Now, that historic storm several years ago, they actually had to move the venue. They couldn't play. Buffalo Stadium was buried. That could very well happen again this weekend. These early season events can be very potent. The lake water temperatures still very mild compared to the latter part of the winter when you start to get some ice cover. There is no ice on the lakes right now. And Tuesday morning, waters are generally in the 50s, several degrees above normal for this time of year. Heaviest snow, the bands are going to occur downwind of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario there in New York, as well as Lake Huron in Ontario. Buffalo and the southern suburbs. That's the area where we could be talking 3 to 6 feet of snow by Sunday. The heaviest snow is going to be in 2 different time frames. Thursday night into Friday. Then another band sets up pretty much through the afternoon, Saturday into Saturday night. These are where you're going to have those proverbial whiteout conditions. Now, forecasters say the weight of the snow, roofs on homes and buildings, may very well be compromised in those areas with the intense snowfall. Power lines may be tumbling down. Some communities will lose power. It's not only Buffalo, though. Buffalo gets a lot of the attention. Other areas that may see several feet of snow. The Tug Hill Plateau east of Lake Ontario. Places adjacent to Georgian Bay on Lake Huron there in Ontario. Watertown, New York. Another locale that could be hit hard. Snowfall totals greater than 2 feet maybe there. Again, where some of the heaviest bands set up, you could see as much as 6 feet of snow. It's going to be a long-duration lake effect event. It's not going to wind down, they tell us, until early next week. Meanwhile, the rest of the country, we're all kind of getting a taste of that old man winter. We've kind of been joking around about, should I start treating my fuel? Is it time for the winter anti-gel or the all-new everyday diesel treatment, EDT, with the winter defense that's already got your winter anti-gel built in to the EDT? No joke. It's time to start treating that fuel. You should have been for several days or maybe the last couple of weeks in the Dakotas, Minnesota, parts of Wisconsin, those northern tier parts around the country. So take it serious. Nothing like getting stuck out there in the middle of nowhere with your fuel gelled up. And, you don't have any heat because your engine won't run if the fuel ain't flowing. It can be a deadly situation. So make sure you're treating that fuel. Meanwhile, it's 844-3388. Who we got checking in? Philly Dan on board, out of the box there. Hope everybody has a great day. Everybody stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Kevin says, good morning. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Everybody be careful out there. There are some slick roadways out there tonight. Speaking of which, let me flip the page over here. It's not enough to prompt winter weather advisories, but there's areas from central Illinois through much of central and southern Indiana, much of west central and south central Ohio, where they've got special weather stability. There's some of these snow bands have set up, and you may pick up a quarter of an inch, but that's the roadways. There's not really any treatment down. We haven't seen the need to treat the roadways yet. So there are slick conditions, here in our area, southwest Ohio. Special weather statement advising just that, with some of these snow bands that are going to continue off and on through the overnight hours. Be careful. You could encounter slick road conditions. Looking at the radar, there's a band of, it's lighter snow, say areas from just east of Indianapolis over into Ohio. Some of that falling along I-70 between Ohio and Indiana. Things pretty quiet here in southwest Ohio. There's another cluster of snow showers down in south central Ohio, western portions of West Virginia, eastern portions of Kentucky. And again, some of those first heavier lake effect snow bands setting up south of Buffalo, some right about, through Erie, PA, up to just south of Buffalo. Matter of fact, don't forget north central Indiana. You're also looking at, maybe 12, 18 inches of snow over the next couple of days here in north central Indiana, where you also have winter storm warnings in effect. It's a good chunk of southwestern Michigan and north central Indiana in the mix there with the winter storm warnings for the lake effect snows. Copy in the mail. Hello, 5-7. Gerald on board. Howdy do, everybody. Do you know what time it is? It's time for the overnight drive. God, keep your hands on all the drivers out there, and blessings to you, Steve. Thank you so much. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Quick timeout. We'll get to some of our other listening friends checking in, YouTube, Facebook. Good to have you on board. It's a full 5 hours of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
What do we have here? Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Rochester, Minnesota. Brr. 21 degrees. The winds are blowing. Feels like 15 at this hour. Oh, it'll be colder than that in a few hours. Hey, I got a delivery here tomorrow, then I'm out of here. I'm heading back to Georgia. Only problem is, we believe the better half has the flu. So when I do get back, I'll be sleeping in the spare bedroom till she's over it. That influenza, yeah, it is going around pretty rampant in the South and the East as well. Listened to the launch of the Artemis on the podcast this past day. That was fantastic. I really enjoyed that. Anyway, I'll be listening live tomorrow night because I got to get up with the birds Friday morning. Can you believe how much snow they're talking about in Buffalo? That is just crazy. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, I can't imagine. Obviously, you can't just let it all come down and then try to get out there and clear your, as the snowfall's coming down 2 to 4 inches an hour, you could shovel your driveway, go in the house for a couple of hours and come back and have another 6-8 inches of snow on the drive. How do you deal with that? People in Buffalo, wow. All right, who else we got checking in? Lynn is on board. Hello to Roy. Heatwave, good morning from Ash Fork, Arizona. Clear, right at the freezing mark, 32 degrees as we're headed for Albuquerque. Hello to Bolt. Morning, Steve, 37 degrees at the barracks in Romney, West Virginia. Hey, I enjoyed some donuts with the fellow donut lovers at the police barracks. That's funny. They're almost gone. Hope everybody has a safe night. Country Bumpkin checking in from Springfield, Missouri with 28 degrees. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Eskimo Mom, hey there, happy Thursday. Hey, 1 week till Turkey Day. That's right. Next Thursday, Thanksgiving Day. All right, doing my normal thing, hoping that white stuff stays north of I-70. Right now, the roads are drying out on 71 down past Sparta in Kentucky there. 31 degrees, we've got some clouds. Hello to Robay. Hello from Rob in Poplar Bluff, Missouri. All right, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 30 degrees in Charleston, West Virginia. Yet no shout-out tonight. No one for any reason. Ha! There you go. No accolades for anybody out there. Let's see. Good morning to Ace. Greetings from NASA Mission Control. Despite the uninformed blah, blah, blah of anonymous self-proclaimed experts out there, the Artemis 1 moon rocket indeed launched this past day. The next stop, lunar orbit. Yeah, someone was asking, how long does it take to get there, to the moon, from here to there? I did, a quick Google search, and it said about a 3-day journey. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's going to take like 6 days. We got the full breakdown. What's going to be happening over the next couple of weeks with the Artemis as it's on its way to the moon? Should be arriving sometime, I believe, is it Sunday? Arrival there. Like I said, we got the full breakdown coming up. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there. There's Larry on board this morning. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Everyone, please stay safe out there. All right, we'll get a news break here. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. A missile that crashed inside Poland was probably a stray fired by Ukrainians' air defenses and not a Russian strike, Poland and military alliance NATO said on Wednesday, easing international fears that the war could spill across the border. Nevertheless, NATO's chief said that Russia, not Ukraine, was still to blame for starting the war in the first place. The group of 20 unanimously adopted a declaration on Wednesday saying most members condemn the war in Ukraine. The leaders of the world's biggest economies also agreed to pace interest rate rises carefully to avoid spillover and warned of increased volatility in currency moves. Top U.S. Senate Republican Mitch McConnell held off a challenge to his leadership on Wednesday as some of Donald Trump's closest allies in Congress lashed out at top Republicans and their party squeaked out a narrower than expected. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning or good evening, depending on where you are. Ron says, hello, we're canceled for tonight and probably the rest of the week. I run Erie every night. Yeah, okay. Erie, PA. Yeah, you probably going to be canceled Thursday, Friday, and guess you don't run on the weekend. Hello to Captain Ron, checking in 54 degrees in Gainesville, Florida area. Now, let's see. Happy's on board, 30 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Windy, yes, windy, cold, some flurries. It's a good night to be off. 6 feet of what? Don't hammer down in that. Chain up and be safe. Yeah, there ain't going to be nothing moving in Buffalo. Yeah, by the time you get into Friday night, Saturday morning, then the snows kick in again Saturday afternoon. Another Rob checks in, 28 degrees. I guess he's in Maine. 28 degrees. Maine is covered in black ice. I think it's time to call it a night. Yeah, all that snow will inspire me to get my Christmas lights up. Very funny, Cap and Ron. You put Christmas lights up. Yeah, he's in Florida, of course. Yeah, they do. They put up Christmas lights. Kind of weird, but... All right, who else we got on board? There's Shorty checking in, Orlando bound on I-95, southbound at the Georgia-Florida line. 48 degrees at this hour there. Lynn says, have a great night, everybody. Wally, good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Michigan Madman says, brr, hello, from the Michigan Madman. All right, yeah, rest of the country. We've seen winter has arrived. It's full steam ahead across the Midwest, the Northeast. Mother Nature unloading some early season cold, wintry conditions that are not going to let up anytime soon with, again, a potentially historic lake effect event downwind of the Great Lakes into the weekend. Yeah, forecasters say the opposite side of the country is not going to be immune from winter weather as well in the coming days. This cold, a wave of cold, wintry precip going to make its way into parts of the Intermountain West. Maybe some disruptions for travelers looking to head into the Thanksgiving week. For those early travelers, cold front diving along the spine of the Rockies going to bring some accumulating snow to the Front Range and the High Plains starting tonight and on into Friday. So starting Wednesday night into Friday. This storm's going to bring snow to parts of the Canadian and northern Rockies overnight Wednesday night into central Wyoming by Thursday morning. Snow will not be limited to just the higher elevations. Snow will blanket portions of central Montana, including Billings, 3 to 6 inches expected Wednesday night. Further south in areas close to Casper, Wyoming, 2 to 4 inches predicted overnight into Thursday morning. The cold air continues to dive further south Thursday and Friday, bringing wintry precipitation right along with it. Snow begins to fly in Denver and the Colorado Rockies starting early Thursday afternoon. The steadiest snow marching into the Mile High City late Thursday afternoon on into Friday morning. Maybe a quick 2 to 4 inches with some areas, maybe 10 inches in the Rockies. Forecasters tell us even though there is not a lot of moisture to bring major snowfall to Denver, the bitterly cold air in place could create some treacherous travel conditions. Nonetheless, this storm forecast to feature an impressive amount of moisture, not expected to have a lot of moisture, but the sub-freezing temperatures will allow the snow to stick to the roadways. Things are going to get messy in a short time period. Maybe some headaches in store for the Friday morning commute in the Denver area. Temperatures expected to range from 0 to 10 degrees east of the Colorado Rockies. There you go. You're getting down to that 0 mark. Better be treating that fuel. The cold might end up even being more noticeable than the snow itself, because many locales are going to be looking at record challenging overnight lows, even record low afternoon high temperatures. High temperatures from Idaho to northern Texas. Your daytime highs would be more reminiscent of your overnight lows for this time of year. I mean, you may only see highs in the teens to the upper 20s by Friday afternoon. Colorado Springs forecast a record high of only 18 degrees there on Friday. That would be a record that has stood since 1903. Brr. Okay. Let's get to the calls at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I thought I would call you tonight. I got a text, believe it or not, from some liberal Democrat wanting me to vote against Trump. And I actually texted this individual back, and I said, you have got to be kidding me. You really expect me to vote against Trump when our economy is about ready to go bankrupt? We got high gasoline and diesel prices that have doubled in price. Our grocery prices have doubled. And I said, we have an open border. We're giving away free millions of dollars to foreign countries. And you expect me to vote against Trump. I said, Trump, in my opinion, is one of the individuals that actually could save America. And then I come around and I just said, I also talked about the green legislation that they're trying to jam down our throat.
Right.
And most Americans cannot afford this legislature. We cannot afford, most of us cannot afford electric cars. And then I can't believe that they have the gall to get in touch with me. I come around and told them, and I said, this country, and I know Rambler's going to agree with this, we need to get back to God. This country was built upon our faith in God. We've taken it off of our currency, and God we trust. And this country is heading down a road of destruction, all because of the Democratic Party, but yet they have the gall to text Jolly Green. Well, I'll tell you what, after I sent that text back, I blocked that phone number, but I did text them to let them know that if Trump does run, and let's say he does, which he said yesterday he was going to,
Absolutely.
I'm going to have no choice but to vote for it, because you got to look at what's going on right now since Biden has taken office. This country is in terrible shape. And why do we keep giving all those millions of dollars to foreign countries? Let's take care of America. Let's take care of our people, our veterans, our old retired people. Let's take care of America first. Then, if we've got extra money, then we can take and we can help the foreign countries. But America comes first. That's how Johnny Green feels. And you were talking about snow. I did see that radar over Buffalo, and I was having a hard time believing that they were going to get 3 to 6 feet.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm going to have to see it to believe it. Of course, Jolly Green was just up there 3 weeks ago, and it's beautiful up there, absolutely beautiful, really is. So I'm going to be watching that. And by the way, Indianapolis is iced over in some spots. We've got drivers trying to go north of Indianapolis and can't get through.
Really?
Because 865 is blocked, and you can't even get on 65 because the ramps have got accidents on the ramps off of 465. So Sex Maniac and Flash are both trying to figure out how to get above Indianapolis. And right now, I don't even know if they've got above Indianapolis yet. So the ramp to Interstate 65 off of 465 was shut down. And 865, they got jackknives on 865. So I don't know what those guys are going to do, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, they're going to low Indiana, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm lucky because I'm on 70 inch dry as a bone. So I've got clear weather all the way over to Effingham. And I know Country Bumpkin is all right, because I was talking to Country Bumpkin, and I know he's okay. According to your what you just said, he was in Springfield. So I'll be in Illinois here in about half an hour or so, and I don't expect any problems tonight.
Yeah, I
wish all the drivers out there to please drive safely tonight, you know?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't see nothing on the radar as you're heading over there toward Illinois. The Indianapolis scenario, they've had some of those snow showers over the past few hours. Yeah, right now, that band of snow that had pushed through the Indianapolis area, right along I-70, where Eskimo Mom said, I hope it doesn't. Yeah, I got light snow right through Indianapolis. A little bit of this had dropping into the Cincinnati metro area over the next hour or so. It looks like it's been kind of dissipating a bit as it moves on further to the south and east. But yeah, those lake effect snows ramping up from northeast of Cleveland right through Erie, PA, and on up south of Buffalo. And Bolt did say, she sent me an email here just a few minutes ago. What did she say there? Getting some pretty decent sized snowflakes there in her neck of the woods at this hour. All right. Well, the world breathes a little easier this past day. Tensions, of course, 24 hours ago. The headlines, the news, emergency meeting of the G7, emergency meeting, NATO. Yeah, are we going to have to implement Article 4, the missiles or missile that had come down there in Poland? The news that the missile landing appears to have been actually Ukrainian, not Russian, means the entire planet can breathe a little easier after a dangerous day with potential errors, miscalculations, jumping to conclusions, according to retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General Blaine Holt. What we understand now, or what we think we understand, is that potentially Ukrainian interceptors hit Russian missiles, and then the shrapnel frag pattern is what went into the grain silos. What we should be very happy about is that NATO has already had their first round of meetings not going to declare Article 4, which would be a threat against the NATO nations. Poland's president saying this past day, the missile that came across his country's border, killing two, was likely a Ukrainian air defense missile. No evidence suggesting that Russia intentionally launched an attack. Got similar suggestions from the United States, from President Biden as well. Hey, lest I forget, we gave you the breakdown there in New York. Pennsylvania also, you're going to have some issues on the roadways. Pennsylvania Department of Transportation has issued travel restrictions for certain types of vehicles, which actually kicked in at 6 o'clock this past evening. It's what they call Tier 1 vehicle travel restrictions on I-90 from the Ohio state line to the New York state line. Right now, the following vehicle types are not allowed on the roadway with Tier 1 restrictions in place. That would be tractors without trailers, tractors that are towing unloaded or lightly loaded enclosed trailers, open trailers, or tank trailers, tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded tandem trailers, enclosed, unloaded, or lightly loaded cargo delivery trucks or box trucks that meet the definition of a commercial motor vehicle, any passenger vehicles, car, SUV, pickup trucks, anything that is towing a trailer, no recreational vehicles or motor homes, no school buses, commercial buses, or motor coaches, and funny, they'd have to toss in, hey, no motorcycles. Yeah, who gets out on two wheels in a lake effect snow event? All right. Also, speed limits are reduced to 45 miles per hour on I-90. Commercial vehicles that are not affected by the Tier 1 travel restrictions must stay in the right lane of the interstate. These restrictions are in place until the weather improves, according to PennDOT. If you want the latest information from PennDOT, you go to the website www.511pa.com, 511pa.com. Something else to keep in mind is, for years now, we've been talking about the rules, the laws requiring the removal of snow and ice from your vehicle. That is in effect in Pennsylvania right now. Back in July, the governor signed what they call Christie's Law that was introduced by Senator Lisa Boscola, requiring drivers to remove ice or snow from their vehicle within 24 hours following heavy winter storms. That law went in effect 60 days after it was signed back in July. So this actually just strengthened what was a previous ice and snow removal law that only allowed for the penalization of a driver if snow or ice coming off your vehicle resulted in bodily harm. This law is a bit more proactive, giving police discretion to pull over a vehicle where the buildup of ice or snow poses a potential hazard. Anyway, the goal of Christie's Law is to increase public awareness, make people more vigilant about clearing that snow and ice so that the tragedy that had befallen the Lamberts does not happen to other families. It's been a controversial topic in the trucking community for years. Most drivers will admit that failure to remove snow and ice could pose a safety risk. But of course, they also point out it's unsafe and sometimes just not possible to get on top of the trailer to remove that snow and ice. So some companies are offering what they call snow blades to help safely remove snow from the top of trailers. But of course, these aren't always available for many truck drivers. They've come out with some new products over the years. These, big, long snow rakes, what people would use them to scrape the snow off their rooftops. A lot of people in Buffalo and Watertown going to be using the snow rakes, trying to keep their roofs from collapsing. But you can use those to, do your best to scrape the top of your trailers. But all right, it's a Thursday morning. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. All right, yeah, like I said, lines available. Yeah, I had the story earlier this week. Jay Leno. The initial reports, an emergency medical situation. A lot of folks initially assumed he'd maybe had a heart attack or stroke, and it turned out, of course, he's a big car aficionado. Collects, cars, and apparently had a fire. One of his cars in the garage there in L.A. The update says Jay underwent surgery for serious burns. Flames erupted as he was working on one of his vintage cars. He remains hospitalized for further treatment. The former Tonight Show host is in good condition. His wife is with him at the Grossman Burn Center north of L.A., according to the medical director of the center at West Hills Hospital. Now, he's in good spirits, they say. Last weekend, Leno suffered burns to his face, hands, and chest that the plastic surgeon categorized as second degree or verging on third degree. Some of the facial wounds are a little bit deeper and a little more concerning, he says, because they are showing signs of progressing to third degree, as can happen with burns. Treatment intended to keep the burns from getting worse, including high-pressure oxygen therapy to stimulate healing, along with surgery in which the burn wounds are cleaned and shaved away. A temporary, biological skin substitute is placed over the area, he explained. Now, Leno came through one surgery well. Another surgery is yet planned this week. He is up and walking, telling jokes. He's a big hit with the staff here, even giving out cookies to some of the young patients here. Anyway, the fire occurred at the Burbank garage where Leno stores his famed collection of cars and other vehicles. In a statement earlier this week, Leno referred to the burns as serious, but he said, "I'll only need a week or two to get back on my feet." All right. The doctor said he appreciates Leno's eagerness to get back on his feet, but he cautioned you're going to have to be realistic. As much as you wanted to say I'm better, I guess, third-degree burns. It's not the kind of thing that heals overnight, right? I had to tell him, you're going to have to step back a little bit and realize that some of this is going to take time. Now, he understands he is being compliant. I think he realizes he does need to maybe take it a little slower than he initially anticipated. They do expect him to make a full recovery. Too early to know what the remnants, I guess the injuries, the face, what's it going to look like when it's all said and done. All right. So prayers for Jay. All right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. The Senate on Wednesday took a crucial step toward passing landmark legislation to provide federal protection for same-sex marriages as 12 Republicans joined Democrats to advance the Respect for Marriage Act, putting it on track to become law in the twilight of the Democratic-held Congress. The 62-37 vote, which came only days after the midterm elections in which Democrats retained control of the Senate but lost the House to Republicans, was a rare and notable last gasp of bipartisanship by a lame duck Congress as lawmakers look toward an era of political gridlock. Authorities in Los Angeles are questioning the driver involved in a crash that left 25 law enforcement recruits injured Wednesday morning. Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva says witnesses said there wasn't any time to get out of the way.
It happened so quickly that just the people that just saw it veer into them, they jumped out of the way, but the people behind had no chance because they never saw it.
A hospital was recently attacked online.
A cyber attack on a major hospital system may impact around 20 million Americans. Common Spirit Health was hit by a cyber attack early last month, and it forced the health company to take certain systems offline. It remains unclear if patient health information was compromised. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Elon Musk gave Twitter employees a deadline of 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday to decide if they wanted to work for him. And he asked those who did not share his vision to leave their jobs in his latest shock treatment of the social media company. Mr. Musk made the announcement in an early morning email to employees on Wednesday. The New York Times obtained the message, which had the subject line, "A Fork in the Road, Twitter 2.0. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Police still have no suspect or found a weapon in the murder of 4 college students in the town of Moscow, Idaho. Police found the bodies of 4 slain roommates in a rental house near the University of Idaho campus Sunday afternoon. Residents of Moscow are being advised to stay vigilant, be aware of their surroundings, and provide tips to the police to help them solve this crime. Police say 2 more roommates who were in the house when police arrived are cooperating, talking to police. Multiple law enforcement agencies are helping the Moscow Police Department in this quadruple homicide case. Aaron Snell is the communications director with the Idaho State Police.
We, at this point in time, have no identified suspect. We have no identified persons of interest. Everyone is who we're looking at and investigating.
Comedian Jay Leno said to be in good spirits, giving cookies to fellow patients in the burn unit and cracking jokes. Doctors shared some information about the extent of his injuries Wednesday. Leno, a car enthusiast, was injured over the weekend in a garage fire that left him with second-degree burns on his face, hands, and chest. Plastic surgeon Dr. Peter Grossman said Leno will undergo a second surgery later this week.
There's no evidence of nerve damage. I do anticipate him making a full recovery. Whether there will be remnants of this injury, it's still way too early to tell.
It may be way too late for your daughter to get a good-paying babysitting gig. Tickets for Taylor Swift's show at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey on May 26th are listed for as much as $21,600 each on ticket resale site StubHub. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, welcome back. Hour number 2. Here we go. It's 844-3388. Hello to Tom Kelly, checking in with TNCRadio.live. He says, what a wonderful launch last night. Yeah, they had a few behind-the-scenes issues, but nothing they couldn't get resolved in short order. You know, TNC Radio broadcast from the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. Steve, it's time for you to come down here and see this place. You're always welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the invite. Anyway, Wednesday nights are recorded live, and you get the playback coming up after the overnight drive on TNCRadio.live. First up this morning, Tom Kirk hosts Keep On Talkin'. He and several drivers have another lively discussion about the way drivers are paid. What's fair? what should stay the same and what might need to change. Then stick around for a fantastic episode of Taillights as Larry and Angie Baum interview the founders of the NADRA, the quickly growing trucking organization where innovation, accountability, transparency, and inclusiveness are the main 4 pillars and foundation of this organization. Don't want to miss this one. And unfortunately, the tech meanies struck on Wednesday night. We don't have the complete Clutch Time Sports episode. However, we did save the best parts, so be sure to check that out as well. So all the drivers out there, stay safe, stay healthy, and avoid the snow. I'm sure everybody wants to avoid that, right? Who wants a load to Buffalo here in the next couple of days? Not me. Yeah, speaking of a wonderful watch, it was pretty cool to be able to carry that on the program last evening. The epic Artemis 1 moon mission finally underway, lifting off at 1:47 a.m. this past morning from Pad 39B at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Of course, the debut of NASA's huge new SLS rocket, which has now officially kicked off a 25-day journey to the moon and back for the uncrewed Orion spacecraft. That trek will put Orion and its European-built service module, kind of put it through the paces. So what do we expect over the next 3.5 weeks? All right, we're not quite 24 hours in, but the next 5 additional days, Orion is going to be headed toward the moon. So next Monday, at T plus 6 days since launch, Orion will perform its lowest lunar pass, flying within about 60 miles of the moon's surface. This maneuver will take advantage of the moon's gravity to slingshot Orion further away. The surface module then will perform a second burn at T plus 10 days to insert the spacecraft into a distant retrograde orbit, a DRO as they call it. It'll spend a week at an altitude of about 38,000 miles above the moon's surface. During that time, on mission day T plus 13, Orion will break the record that was set by Apollo 13 for a crew-rated vehicle's greatest distance from Earth, reaching nearly 300,000 miles from our planet. Now, while in that DRO, a number of passive and active sensors on board will measure radiation and other flight conditions to allow researchers to better understand the conditions that astronauts will experience during a crewed mission. Now, even though Artemis is uncrewed, it's not completely devoid of passengers. Strapped inside the command chair is NASA's Moonkin Campos, a mannequin that is equipped with internal sensors for radiation and sensors in the seat to record gravimetric and vibrational forces during flight. Accompanying that mannequin are 2 phantom mannequins. Helga and Zohar. These are 2 limbless torso busts that contain over 6,000 passive and 34 active monitors that will study the effectiveness of a specialized radiation vest, something that they're calling AstroRad. These 2 were built using materials that mimic human bone and muscle tissue, components specific to female anatomy to kind of mimic ovaries and breast tissue, which would be more susceptible to radiation. These are all part of an experiment, although only Zohar will wear the AstroRad vest. Helga will serve as a control. Once the mannequins are back on Earth, researchers will kind of compare the radiation exposure between the two. Kind of gearing up for what will it be like for humans to spend a much more extended period of time out there in the atmosphere being hit by radiation. Then on mission day T plus 16, the service module will perform its departure burn that'll put Orion on track for the second lowest lunar pass 4 days later. Then one final burn to put the Orion on its return journey to the Earth, from which it's, again, a 6-day cruise back toward our blue-green marble here, the planet Earth. Now, this is where it gets interesting. On December 11th, Orion will come home, barreling into the Earth's atmosphere at about 25,000 miles per hour. A huge test for the capsule and the heat shield, which will have to endure temperatures up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Orion will then splash down under parachutes in the Pacific Ocean, bringing the mission to a close, if all goes well, and there's a lot to go, with Artemis 1. Artemis 2 will actually send astronauts on a lunar flyby in 2024 or thereabouts. Then Artemis 3 will actually land crew near the moon's south pole, maybe a year or so later, 25 or 2026. From there, NASA will continue building a sustainable human presence on and around the moon. That's the main goal of the Artemis program. Pretty fascinating stuff we got coming up here with the Artemis mission. Donut Man, what's happening?
Oh, not too much. How you doing this morning, Steve?
Doing all right. You ready for some old man winter?
I've already had a couple nuisance come when I was heading up there to switch out. I switch out with Buffalo, so more than likely I'll be off tomorrow night and Friday night probably, and maybe even Monday the way it sounds.
Wow.
Who knows? Because give you guys a heads up, anybody's going to be running across 90 here anytime. Just kind of heads up. They've been having some whiteout conditions, slick roads. My driver got there. The front of his truck was pretty well. Had about, probably about a good inch or so of caked up snow on his grill and across the front and on his mirrors and all that good stuff. So luckily he brought me a van, and I brought him a van, so we're not pulling doubles in this stuff. But overall, my trip up, I had a couple spots there north of Columbus and up around the Mount Gilead up there by the Hot Shot headquarters there. Just enough to, like a nuisance type.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, there's a little bit of snow going across up 271 up through there when I was coming back. And I'm just coming by Lodi here now. My truck says it's 32, and it's dry as a bone right now, but you know how it's a lake effect is. You get these little bands down through here. It just makes for an interesting evening.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that band that passed through Indianapolis earlier, as Jolly Green was explaining, that there were some icy conditions, spin outs and jackknives. Yeah, that little burst is right now from right here about from Cincinnati up to Dayton to Troy and on up towards Sydney. And there's a little band of Enhanced that's going to be crossing right over I-71 between Cincinnati and Columbus here over the next hour. So look out for some slick conditions on 71.
Yeah, I got to go down to exit 50 there at Wilmington. That's the end of my journey. So hopefully I can make it back there before it gets really bad and just kind of have fun.
Right.
Seeing how the four-wheel drive works on the Tundra driving home. I was going to ask, did you happen to see that video of Justin Trudeau and Xi Jinping from China?
I did not see the video. I saw the headline that apparently Xi Jinping is bitching him out for talking divulging personal conversations or something.
Yeah, Castro's illegitimate child looked like he was about ready to soil himself.
Wow.
I guess because some information got out. He didn't. I think he had like the deer in the headlights, oh crap look on his face. And, yeah, it's kind of obvious there who owns him, I guess. Hell, they own everybody else. They might as well own that little rat. You know what? But yeah, it was interesting to see the look on his face, but he was getting a pretty good tongue lashing, Steve.
How about that?
Can't say it probably wasn't deserved, but and I don't know. And then I can't believe they put McConnell back in as Senate leader of the Republicans.
Yep.
And McCarthy is the Speaker of the House. In the Senate, they had a secret ballot. Nobody was allowed to know who voted for who. I'd like to know who these 37 rhinos are that voted for this piece of garbage. I can understand how Kentucky can give us a great mind and great senator like Rand Paul and give us one of the biggest traitors known as Mitch McConnell from the same state. Don't make any sense. But you know how it goes.
I was pretty surprised, the old status quo. I mean, because they're on, what was it, I guess Tuesday, they had, what's his name, Rick Scott said he was going to challenge for the leadership. He got a few votes, but you're right, I can't believe they're going to go with the status quo in the Senate.
I mean, it was like he sabotaged everybody that was a threat to his leadership roles with what it seems like to me with the midterms. That's just kind of my impression of it. So, when he took money from Blake Masters to send up there to that rhino, she's basically a Democrat up there in Alaska, take down a good conservative candidate like Chewbacca. And same thing went on in other places around the country. So I don't know. I just hope we can get through these next 2 years and hopefully something, maybe people will finally wake up and just speak out, say enough of this crap.
Yeah.
We want transparent elections. We should have one day and be done. We should know who won by the end of election day. Not here it is, 10 days after elections, and we still don't have all the results.
Absolutely. I think there's still 11 House races yet to be called. They did confirm Republicans have the majority in the House. That's official now, but for what it's worth, there's still a couple of additional Republican seats that are looking like they will take place. But it'll be a majority, but it'll be a slim majority of Republican control in the House there. All right. Hey, Donut Man, good to hear from you. Got to get a quick time out. Good morning, Steve. Hello to Deborah checking in. It's a cold, snowy 29 degrees here in Indiana. Only going up to like 36 for a high there Thursday. Hope everybody stays safe out there driving, especially my special driver. Have a terrific Thursday. All right, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hey, if you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, the official word. Mitch McConnell. I don't know. What do you expect out of D.C.? The old status quo. Mitch McConnell reelected as Senate Republican leader. Now, there were 10 defectors voting for the challenger, Senator Rick Scott from Florida. Yeah, like Donut Man said, McConnell got 37 yes votes and 10 votes against, one senator voting present. Yeah, the votes against McConnell mark the first time he has received a no vote as leader, though. Is that a sign that the Republican Party has begun to turn against his establishment agenda? Now, McConnell told reporters, "I don't own this job. Anybody who wants to run for it can feel free to do so. I'm not in any way offended by having an opponent or having a few votes in opposition." But first elected Republican leader in 2006, with McConnell's reelection, he'll become the longest-serving Senate party leader in history. Isn't it about time for a change, people? Under McConnell's leadership, though, the nation has struggled. The national debt increased more than $20 trillion since he's been leader. Illegal immigration has persisted. Real wages for American workers have remained stagnant. Obamacare was enacted in 2010. Big banks were bailed out in 2008. Social media companies have silenced individuals without repercussions. Dr. Fauci remains unaccountable for allegedly lying twice to Congress. Now, as far as the people are concerned, just 7%, single digits, 7% of voters view McConnell favorably. 81% view him unfavorably, according to polling yesterday. As I mentioned, his reelection was challenged by Rick Scott, who kind of argued against this whole status quo thing for a plan to advance conservative principles. His challenge gained considerable support considering just how much power over the conference McConnell actually holds. Despite what the armchair quarterbacks on TV will tell you, there's no one person responsible for our party's performance around the country. Now, Scott blamed McConnell for the midterm election failures. If you simply want to stick with the status quo, don't vote for me. That was his statement. So he got 10 yays, but McConnell, more the same old when it comes to Republican leadership in D.C. Are you surprised? Bourbon Street Gary, it's been a while. What's happening?
How you doing, brother?
Hanging with them. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Happy Friday.
Is this your Friday?
It's my Friday.
Okay. Yeah, it's almost Friday Eve for me. Almost Friday.
Well, 2-day work week for me this week.
That's it?
Off all week last week. Yep. Auto industry. Boards up and down.
Is that right? I didn't realize they were still going through that kind of stuff.
They're still going through it, but you know what? Don't bother me. I get paid for sitting at home having a cold beer.
So what is it? Is it the chip shortage or is it other components? Do you know what's causing the delays?
The one time when they shut down for a week, it was because they didn't have the Ford oval, the Ford emblem, the oval. You know,
I remember that. Yep.
that was one of them, and the other one was trim parts. I don't know where the suppliers come from, but all I know is we haul. The only thing I haul is it's the aluminum frame that goes behind the dash of the F-150 that the dash mounts to. And like I said, I didn't run it all last week, and this week we're running 2 runs every day, and luckily mine's not running, but my wife's out working, so that's good.
Well, okay, there you go.
Yep. So how you been?
I can't complain. Doing all right. I'm not liking this cold, man. I'm not ready for winter.
Yeah, I was in snow. It was earlier this week. You were on. I listened to you that night. It was out in Missouri. Well, in fact, I can't think of his name. The bull hauler that always texts you and stuff.
Lauren
He
Weiss.
was out there in Kingdom City. Lauren White, yeah, he was out there in Kingdom City. Yeah, it was snowing pretty good. The roads are just wet, thankfully.
Uh-huh.
But it's coming. Winter's coming.
Yes, it is, with a vengeance.
Big Ed had something on Facebook today, and I said, something about the temperatures down there. I said, let's go to the Caribbean. Let's get out of here. I'm not ready for winter.
I'm ready to get. Winter's just. It's not even officially winter yet, but yeah, I'm ready for.
I know.
You know me. I hate the cold weather. I need to move to Florida.
I need to move somewhere too, Steve. I hate the cold, and then along with truck driving, I hate the snow.
Yep.
Snow is nice if I'm sitting at home looking out my back porch and saying, "Oh, look at that pretty snow."
Mm-hmm.
But when you got to go out there and deal with the other DAs out there on the road, no, everything's going good. Like I said, I don't know what's up with the auto industry. Ford's up and down. But yeah, I'm done for the week. Didn't work at all last week. 2 days this week. Still a full paycheck, so that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. Yeah, I'll take that. Paid time off. Who would complain, right? All right, I got to get my news break.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. Donald Trump, who has mounted relentless attacks on the integrity of U.S. voting since his 2020 election defeat, launched a bid to regain the presidency in 2024, aiming to preempt potential Republican rivals. A Georgia law banning abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy cannot be enforced, a state judge ruled, handing a victory to Planned Parenthood and other abortion rights groups that challenged the restriction when it took effect this summer. Republicans were just 1 seat shy of securing a majority in the House of Representatives, a midterm victory that would usher in 2 years of divided government after Democrats retained control of the Senate. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is doing a high-wire act as he takes a step toward becoming Speaker. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com. The 1878 to 1921 Morgan silver dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan silver dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan silver dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan silver dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan silver dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, if you haven't got around to winterizing yet, you better get to it. Sta-Bil. Yes, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing that lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Hey, how about a DA of the Week nominee? Matter of fact, we got a couple of them here. All this modern technology, right? Yeah, more and more vehicles have the sensors, which supposedly will hit the brakes if you're not paying attention and stop your vehicle. In this case, an autonomous car rear-ending a semi-truck during a self-driving pilot program on the Las Vegas Strip earlier this week near the Planet Hollywood Resort. According to the Las Vegas Journal-Review, a 2016 Toyota Highlander with a human driver inside was operating itself along Harmon Avenue when it rear-ended a semi-truck owned by Las Vegas Paving. No one hurt in the crash, but this vehicle was part of an autonomous vehicle pilot program run by a company known as Zoox, Z-O-O-X. During a police investigation, the woman inside the car at the time of the crash told officers, yeah, I was in control of the vehicle, but I expected the car to stop on its own. Whoops. By the time she realized the car wasn't going to stop, it was too late. She said she got confused and didn't know what happened, but thought the vehicle was going to stop on its own. But she was too close when she realized, hey, it ain't stopping. Zooks says, we are currently conducting our own internal investigation about the incident. We don't have any information to share at this time. Zooks, by the way, is an Amazon-owned company. The safety driver in the car was indeed cited for failure to reduce speed and failing to use due care. Okay. Then earlier this week, we had the incident where the guy somehow or another ended up on the back of on the trailer of a truck down in Texas. Recall that? He was up, actually dancing on the back of the trailer, filming himself. I don't know if he was doing a Facebook Live or what, trying to be a TikTok star or something, but did not see the overpass that the truck was about to go under. You know how that ended. He's dead. He got a Darwin Award. A similar sort of incident, again, in San Antone that occurred, I guess, on Tuesday morning, about Tuesday evening. A man dead after hiding in the semi, climbing out as it was rolling down the road in Texas. Witnesses say they saw the man climb out of the top part, as they called it. I guess, what is that, the wind jam? The top part of the truck. At an intersection, the man got off the semi-truck and was promptly struck by the rig. Emergency crews attempted life-saving measures, pronounced dead at the scene. Investigators say the man was dressed in multiple layers of clothing, had a passport with him, but they're going to have to go to the consulate to identify the individual. Truck driver not facing any charges, but a couple of DA awards, Darwin Awards, whatever you want to call them. And back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Hello, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Houston, this is Knuckle Buster, over. I see they got that big old rocket ship up in the air successfully, so that's a pretty good deal there. I'd like to send a song out and request a song, Garth Brooks, Cold Shoulder, to all them people up there in that snow and ice up there tonight, too. So, you don't have to play that. They can look it up themselves a little later on. I don't know about you, but I'm getting ready for some chicken and dressing next week.
Always look forward to my turkey dinner. Yes, indeed.
I ain't going to eat no turkey. I'll eat chicken and dressing.
Chicken and dressing. Okay. Well, are you a cornbread dressing or a bread dressing?
Oh no, I got to have a cornbread dressing.
Cornbread.
Right? Yep. It ain't got cornbread and chicken and giblet gravy all over the top of it. I don't want to eat it there.
Yeah, we have the same debate every Thanksgiving. See, I'm a northerner. I am a bread dressing kind of guy. Now, the princess is from Georgia. She has to have her cornbread dressing. So I pretty much insist on having both every year.
Hey, she's a smart woman then. Don't tell her I said that. I don't want her to get a big head over there. Talking about that guy dancing on that 18-wheeler down there. What was he doing? Doing John Travolta up there as the Bee Gees Saturday night, staying alive, doing that disco?
Yeah, he didn't stay alive long, did he?
No, he sure didn't. Them overpasses are hard, man. That guy that was accused of threatening to fly that plane into Tupelo, Mississippi's Walmart there, he died in federal custody, Steve. They ain't give no big explanation of why he died, but I don't know. Well, I hate to hear anybody dying, but I mean, he was having some mental problems anyway there. Well, if you ever get divorced, that Baywatch star Donna, I can't even pronounce her last name, she posed in some sexy lingerie and said she's lonely and unloved. So make sure you're divorced before you go over there, or you will be divorced. Right?
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. There. This Florida man's forgotten classic car collection is up for auction now. I guess Lone Ranger can go down there for one of that. I don't know. There's some other guys that collect them old cars too. Right? And What's this about NASCAR is going to be doing electric hydrogen powertrains with on-track testing next year.
Hybrid NASCAR, yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, no, something else we can watch, right? Well, all truth is from God. All wealth is from God. Can you tell when Slick Willie and Casey Anthony is lying to you, Steve?
I can't say necessarily. I don't know if Slick Willie's talking. Ain't he lying?
Yeah, when he opens his mouth there, right? Same with her. She blamed her She blamed her daddy. So we knew she was lying and all that stuff. So I mean, well, and I read where the Democrats are suing to Georgia to open early voting on the runoff election there, but it's not in Georgia law to have early voting. So they're trying to change the rules again already, Steve. All right, well, that's all of my bull on it for right now. I'll call in a little later on. There's going to be a hard day's night working all day long.
There you go. Well, be safe out there. Stay warm, right? Good luck with that. It's 844-3388. Good morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. Well, I'll tell you what, I was doing my best impression of a bear in the woods here a few minutes ago, and tell you what, it gets awful damn cold when that wind is blowing up your hind end. Brr. Oh, well, let's see here. I start off with some sad news. Found out that a classmate of mine from Rogers, Texas, she had suddenly passed away. She's leaving behind a 15-year-old son, and she was a single mother, and apparently that young man looked up to her like she was it. So he goes off to school, and he gets notified by the counselor and the principal later on. I mean, that young man's he's devastated, I'm sure. So they just keep him in our prayers. Well, I tell you what, the old saying is, yeah, we got problems, but don't put your problems in my backyard. If that ain't the old saying, then it's probably something new. Because, they're always talking about, yes, we need new power supplies. Yes, we need new prisons. Yes, we need this. We just don't want it in our backyards. That's kind of the way the politicians are with our ideas about, who's good and who ain't. We always say Congress, has a 11% approval rating.
Right.
And you would think there would be more people getting turned out, but it's never our representative. It's someone else's representative. We can't understand why they don't vote them out the same way they can't understand why we don't vote ours out. A vicious damn cycle. Hey, I was talking to Jolly Green Giant yesterday, and he asked me about yellow and 1,100 drivers getting laid off. Have you heard anything about that?
Not haven't heard anything about yellow. No.
And even though I work for the company, they just feed me mushrooms and keep me in the dark.
I mean, we had the story last evening that, what is it? FedEx Freight announced that they're going to have some furloughs starting in December. And then who was the other? C.H. Robinson. The rumor was they were going to lay off 1,100. Last Friday, it turned out to be, I think, 650.
Okay, well, like I said, even though I do work for the company, they don't tell us a whole lot of anything. We just figure if the doors are open, that means we're still open for business. But, so that kind of got me a little worried. And with D-Ranger putting on there, how low the stock prices are, I really just don't know about this company. But I'm up to that age where it's just, man, you don't want to leave because the next company may say, well, you're too old for us to really have a vested interest in you. So, I don't know. But other than that, yeah, I guess we got tomorrow morning, and then another 3 days, and it's Turkey Bowl afternoon.
Yep.
Butterball Day, and then Friday everyone's going to be trying to recuperate. Boy, hey, did they send you down one of them bumper stickers I sent up to Mount Gilead? Gilead,
hadn't received one yet. No, what is it, Jacques Semos or whatever that is?
There you go. Yep. Yeah, it's from Slovaceks. Czech. It's a Czechoslovakian based business. It's a bunch of Texas Czechs get around and make their kolaches, and it's like a travel center. I think Monkey Gouger's probably been around that neck of the woods there in West Texas. They got one in West, and then they have one in Chinook, Texas. So, anyways, not trying to advertise for them, but that's just where the bumper stickers were from. So it's pretty nice. I got one on my old beater, and I'm using it to go to work, not the Camaro, because right now is that time of year where you just don't know what kind of weather we're actually going to be getting, and I'd rather have four-wheel drive than a rear-wheel drive that can't push itself up the hill in a snowstorm. But yeah, other than that, I guess that's about it. Not a whole lot happening out this way, just dark, windy, cold. So, but other than that, I guess I'll let you go, Senor. You have yourself a good night. And
Very
I'll holler
good.
at y'all later.
If I can find anything on the yellow, I'll let you know. I'll pass it on. So I'm doing a quick search as we speak. All right. Hey, get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, did a quick search there. I did come across from Freight Waves just this past day. They do kind of allude to the whole, the FedEx freight that I shared last evening. But some of the nation's largest LTL carriers are seeing demand continue to retreat from the all-time highs recently established following third quarter reports which showed year-over-year tonnage declines at most LTL shops during September and October. The trend appears to have hastened so far in November. Statement from Forward Air's chairman, President and CEO Tom Schmidt. The last few weeks were very, very soft. Speaking at the annual investment conference in Nashville on Tuesday, we see the softness everybody else is seeing. It's actually accelerated. Forward reported a year-over-year tonnage increase of 2.2% during the third quarter after logging increases of 3 and 5% in the first 2 months of the period. Volume turned negative in September and was actually down 5% in October. Let's see. Yellow's CEO, Darren Hawkins, says, let's just talk about the elephant in the room for a moment. Our October tonnage. And I said most of the weakness is from the retail customers, and said that the industrial-related freight, which is about 60% of their revenue mix, has remained firm. But we certainly saw a tipping point, not only at Yellow, but in the industry as a whole. Yellow reported a 16% year-over-year decline in tonnage during the third quarter, and the freight metric was down 24% year-over-year in October. Typical seasonality for Yellow would be a 4% sequential decline from the third to the fourth quarter, so it's a whole lot higher. He did say the slacking in demand that accelerated during the month of October has continued. They kind of go into the whole one Yellow consolidation thing, which we've been talking about. All those remarks just a couple of days after FedEx Freight, the nation's largest LTL, said they would begin furloughing drivers in December due to slowing demand. Now, Hawkins said Yellow's unionized employee structure allows them to match headcount to freight volumes at the facility level. We've been able to utilize contractual layoffs to match our hours available to the workload that's presented to us on a daily basis. For the short term, I think the opportunity of managing that closely. Of course, the winter months are typically the leanest months for carriers. We're hoping for a spring lift in demand. But we've seen this pullback come pretty hard and pretty swift. I don't think LTL's in a good position to protect pricing and stability in pricing. Yellow actually implemented a 5.9% general rate increase on tariff codes at the beginning of October. All right, so nothing about layoffs per se there, but there's your breakdown. It's 6 before the hour, 5:07. What's happening here on a Thursday morning?
Well, let's put it this way. They're talking about 47 degrees here tomorrow morning in sunny South Carolina. That ain't good. Just to add to what you were saying, I'm currently hauling perfectly good chips to this power plant to keep the power on. I asked them over there, what's the deal? Why are you burning high dollar chips? And they said they're just not, the product's not coming in. Now, I can only throw this in. This is just an estimate. The mills have slowed down. They're not cutting as much product, so that's less bark and sawdust and, things that they, the cheap wood that they're depending on. So now they're having to resort to this. I haven't been to Charleston in about a month now, and that's my money run. So I just could it possibly be? We're slowed down, and I don't know. To me, it seemed like this would be the time that they'd be hauling, at least Christmas gifts, stuff like that. But I don't know. You probably have the stats on the history of trucking at this time of year. And other than that, I've been saying all along, even if it was the red wave, at the end of that wave, if Mitch McConnell was still sitting in his seat, you know, nothing would have changed. And it just, I don't know. You know, they're going around and blaming everybody, you know, pointing fingers back and forth, blaming everybody. The conservatives going at, you know, hey, Mitch McConnell deserves, because he's in the leadership, and there's a lot he did not do. So he takes that job. He has some responsibilities, and he's been awful quiet about it all. So I'm okay with blaming him. But the truth of the matter is, and I don't see where the message didn't get out. The American people heard the message. The American people didn't accept the marriage and the message. And I guess that's the American people spoke. And I guess they want to go down this road. Bring on the electric cars. All right. We've been telling them. All right. Are we right or are we wrong? We'll find out. What, in 10 years?
Sooner than that. I don't think. I mean, I'm telling you, 100% electric by 2035. I think we're going to find out a lot sooner than that. The realization will come that we ain't got the power grid to charge all these vehicles. That news break. Hold that thought. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Republicans won control of the U.S. House on Wednesday, returning the party to power in Washington and giving conservatives leverage to blunt President Joe Biden's agenda and spur a flurry of investigations. But a threadbare majority will pose immediate challenges for GOP leaders and complicate the party's ability to govern. More than a week after Election Day, Republicans secured the 218th seat needed to flip the House from Democratic control. They are on track to cobble together what could be the party's narrowest majority of the 21st century, rivaling 2001, when Republicans had just a 9-seat majority, 221 to 212, with 2 independents. The man convicted of killing 6 people and injuring many others when he drove his SUV through a Christmas parade in suburban Milwaukee was sentenced Wednesday to life in prison with no chance of release. Waukesha County Circuit Judge Jennifer Darrow sentenced 40-year-old Darrell Brooks Jr. on 76 charges, including 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide and 61 counts of reckless endangerment. Judge Darrow explained the reason for her consecutive life sentence.
The actions of Darrell Brooks demand punishment. The community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody.
More news from the courtroom.
The alleged killer of 3 University of Virginia football players is being denied bond. Christopher Darnell Jones Jr. is accused of killing the 3 men on a charter bus that had just arrived back to campus after a field trip. He now faces 3 charges of second-degree murder, 3 counts of using a handgun to commit a felony, and 2 counts of malicious wounding, as he also injured 2 others in the alleged shooting spree. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
No stranger to snow at all, but a major storm hitting western New York State has officials there urging residents to stay off of the roads. It's already begun falling in Erie County, with snowfall rates in the Buffalo area expected to reach 3 inches an hour within the next 24 hours. County Executive Mark Polenkars says when it's all over this weekend, some parts may have 3 feet of snow on the ground.
This is not something that we see often. We deal with snowstorms. We've got lots of snowstorms. We usually have 1 or 2 bad ones a year, but it is very rare to see the Weather Service call for extreme impacts.
The Buffalo Bills are also dealing with the weather. Multiple feet of snow expected in the days leading up to their game this weekend, and the team practiced indoors Wednesday. Coach Sean McDermott said that the team has been in full communication with the NFL if any weather-related changes were to come for Sunday's game, and that plans are being put in place if the team's unable to come to the facility on Friday and or Saturday. Houston Astros pitcher Justin Verlander won his 3rd American League Cy Young Award on Thursday, joining a distinguished club with fewer than a dozen members throughout baseball history. He did so unanimously, and he did so under unprecedented circumstances as a 39-year-old coming off Tommy John surgery, which kept him off a major league mound for most of the past 2 years. It was all rooted in positive thinking. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
righty, for our listening friends in the Mountain Time Zone, welcome into a Thursday. There you go, close out hump day, weekend just around the corner. And yeah, heat wave brought that. I forgot about that. Didn't realize you got a short work week next week. That'll be kind of a best of Thursday for Thanksgiving morning and Friday, Black Friday. Which for the first time in several years, according to the experts, this year's Black Friday is supposed to be something more akin to what we used to see prior to the pandemic. A lot of people headed actually back out to the retailers. Yeah, not as much online shopping because of the pandemic restrictions being lifted and all that. Yeah, most people have got back to life as usual. Hey, one thing that Donald Trump mentioned in his announcement there Tuesday evening, making that run for 2024. We've got thousands of troops that are being discharged for refusing to take the vaccine, right? Now, Trump promised that he would reverse every Biden COVID mandate and reinstate military members who have been fired for vaccine refusal. Quote, we will abolish every Biden COVID mandate and rehire every patriot who was fired from our military with an apology and full back pay. Now, this military-wide vaccine ordered back in August of last year, has indeed led thousands of service members to be discharged, even as virtually every branch of the military is having recruitment shortfalls, failing to meet their target strengths. Last month, as a matter of fact, 26 House Republicans submitted a letter to the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who had ordered the mandate. When is this going to come to an end? As many as 14,000 Army National Guard soldiers could be discharged for vaccine refusal in the next 2 years, although none have been discharged for that reason yet, according to Stars and Stripes. Now, Trump made a similar call to rehire discharged vaccine refusers back in January, saying at the time Republicans should make that happen if they retake the House in the midterm elections. Now, as of this past day, Republicans were one seat away. That's old news now. They've taken the House. The Biden administration has attempted several different mandates. Some were struck down in court. Others are in effect. Others are only on hold while the legal processes play out. And this is where I kind of got an answer to my question. This actually came up in our discussion with 5-7 here about a week ago. The fact that my daughter, he said, did she ever have to take that thing? And I said, well, matter of fact, no, she has not, but she has not been dismissed. And I said, I never really asked. I didn't think much more about it. How's she still working if they've got that federal contractor deal? Well, apparently this is the reason. For enforcement of the mandate for all federal employees is on hold amid the ongoing litigation, according to the Safer Federal Workforce Task Force. The same goes for the mandate on federal contractors, a group that includes airline companies, a group that includes where my daughter works. The Biden vaccine mandate is in effect for healthcare staff, including at the vast majority of hospitals, through a rule affecting Medicare and Medicaid providers. Now, the mandate covering teachers, contractors, and volunteers in the Head Start Early Childhood Learning Program was recently blocked by a judge who ruled it is beyond the authority of the executive branch. But again, there's the answer to my question. for the federal contractors out there. It's in the courts right now.
Congratulations to you and your daughter. And, Lord, the stress even you had by your daughter coming to you and asking you, Daddy, what should I do? And, I mean, that a lot of people in this country had to face that question.
Millions.
So congratulations to her. I'm just apparently somebody in the chain of command knew that, man, there ain't no sense in us shooting our toes off, over this. So hopefully this I don't know, the House, hopefully they'll be able to do something about it, but like I said, Mitch McConnell. But back to the electric cars, all right, they all want to do this, let's do it. I mean, let's get it done, that way everybody's, you've got cars sitting on the side of the road down there in L.A., because they're out of power, sitting in a traffic jam, out in the middle lane, all over the place. You've got cars, trucks out in the middle of the desert, because they just couldn't get to the, they had a couple extra pounds in the pickup truck and couldn't get to the destination 10 miles out of the way to recharge. And God forbid, when you was making mention about 50 trucks parked in a truck stop, all plugged in at the same time. Now, it might be nice. You're laying there, sleeping in quiet comfort, got the heat on, everything, the truck's charging. But I can't unsee, and I believe it was Horse Feathers passed on the picture of that school bus. City bus on fire.
City bus, yep.
Well, all right, now these, we already know that they, salt water in Florida and the electric batteries caught on fire, and you got trucks running through salt. One catches on fire, and I guarantee you the trucks next to it on either side is going to get burnt too. It's an amazing. If this is the route they want to go, I mean, these are all problems. Problems can be fixed. So I'm just, we'll just leave it at that. And those of us that's going to keep our old cars, a little Fiesta, it's going to be around for 20 years at least, even longer with the Hot Shot Secret FR3 in the engine.
Yep. So
when it sits around, it'll have oil coating the upper end of the engine, and throw a little bit of Staybill in it, because it doesn't go that far, 7 miles down, 7 miles back. So it's not. So Hot Shot Secret is people need to listen up. This is the time for this company. You're going to need to take care of your vehicles, because you don't want to run out when you go down to the Ford dealership or anywhere else, and all we got is these electric jobs. So there you go. And above all, we've got Steve Sommers overnight drive to keep us company. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the trip.
All right.
Over
thank
and
you
out.
very much. There you go.
Be down.
Speaking of the electric vehicles, Tesla has announced the official launch date for the first electric semi-trucks, complete with an event at the Nevada factory. Tesla announced on Tuesday they will hold what they're going to call a delivery event at their Nevada location on December the 1st, just days away. The same day the company plans to deliver the first electric semi-trucks to PepsiCo. Still unclear whether any other companies will receive their semi-truck orders on December the 1st. Now, Tesla's been promising the production of these electric semi-trucks since 2019. But now, with the first delivery date officially announced, Tesla also said they're aiming to produce at least 100 of the electric semi-trucks by the end of this year. That information coming from Robin Denholm, who released the information during a Tesla CEO compensation trial earlier this week. Now, Tesla has a goal to produce 50,000 electric semi-trucks per year by 2024. That is just around the corner. All right, Rex, got your email there a few moments ago. That is kind of an eye-opener in regards to the midterm elections. Rex says, ONU, otherwise known as Ohio Northern University, did a study of the voter demographic of this election. They said that 18 to 27-year-olds accounted for 27% of the total vote, more than all the other demographics, and they voted overwhelmingly Democrat. Now, this is a demographic that used to seldom vote. Typically you'd see a very low voter turnout for that 18 to 27 demographic. But he did point out, well, now they can do it by mail. Very interesting. 27%, though. Yes, that younger category, that's going to be your just out of high school, just into college, and just out of college. That category. And we know what they're being shoved down their throat. It is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Coming up here, we'll take a look back in time. We have seen historic lake effect snow events. And at this moment, a potentially historic lake effect storm is on the doorstep. Western New York, parts of Ontario. Take a look back in time. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go on a Thursday morning. Good morning.
Good morning, listeners. This is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. In the news this evening, there seems to be a farming accident at poor old Spike Smith's farm. He got into his field yesterday to check on his cows, and unfortunately, he turned his back on his bull and he head-butted him clean over the fence. Well, we interviewed Mrs. Smith, and come to find out, he had a red handkerchief and a hole in his suspender, in his overalls, and it was dangling. Fortunately, Mr. Smith was not seriously hurt, but as like she said, he won't be able to sit down for a few days. Now, a word from our sponsor. G&B Enterprises is proud to announce that they have worked in conjunction with H&H Enterprises. With the new moonshots, they were going to be selling lots on the moon. That's right. Get your 5-acre lot for the great price of $19.95. But wait, there's more. For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can get 2 lots for that. And all of these are inspected by the blind man. We have worked with Hillbilly Techs and got his telescope so we can really check these things out. Yes, that's right. Just remember the motto at G&B Enterprises, that brought to you by the founder's late great-father, the West Virginia werewolf. Will cheat you, treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
Well, thank you very much. All right, big time snows. It's already underway, and here in a few hours, as a matter of fact, the snowfall rates are going to really begin ramping up. 2, 3, maybe in some cases 4 inches in an hour. Could you imagine that? Imagine going into a restaurant, you sit down to eat, and you come out and just, what the 4 inches? I've only been in here for an hour. Lake effect snow events typically occur late fall into the early portions of winter. The Great Lakes are still unfrozen. The waters are warm, relative to the colder air that's flowing across the region. As of this past day, the Great Lakes water temperatures within a few degrees of 50 degrees. Now, as the weekend approaches and the rest of the atmospheric mechanisms come together, this is going to be a significant weather event. They've studied previous storms for any similarities that this forecast would have. Looking back at past lake effect snow events that resemble this upcoming setup can give you a few clues as to how this is going to unfold, specifically which areas may be at risk for the most extreme snowfall totals. 8 years ago, we had back-to-back storms. Between November the 17th, hey, this is the anniversary date of that. How about that? The irony, 8 years ago today, through November the 21st of 2014, that pair of storms, later nicknamed Snowvember. It was Snowvember. The lake effect snow event dropped nearly 7 feet of snow across parts of western New York. The rate of snow on the northern edge of that lake effect band was so substantial that many described it as a wall of snow. The National Weather Service reported in a post-storm recap, the wall of snow created a sharp contrast between towns buried in snow versus others that just picked up a few inches. In this event, snowfall rates were exceeding 3 inches per hour. There were some areas that snowfall neared 6 inches per hour. Stunning snowfall rates that continued for not just hours, but days for some. By the time the first event concluded on the 19th, it was apparent where the highest snowfall rates occurred. In South Cheektowaga, New York, about 10 miles east of Buffalo, 65 inches of snow had already occurred. About 4 miles to the east in Lancaster, 63 inches of snow had fallen. But look at the contrast. A mere 4 miles northwest of Lancaster, at the Buffalo Niagara International Airport, a shocking difference. Only 6.5 inches of snow at the airport. Imagine that, 4 miles away. You've got 68 inches versus 6.5 inches there. Now, as if 5 feet wasn't enough, the second round of lake effect snow targeted roughly the same area, dropped another anywhere from 1 to 4 feet, bringing the combined totals from both events as high as 7 feet in some of the hardest hit locations. How about that? In Cowlsville, about 20 miles east of Buffalo, 88 inches of snow was measured. Highest total produced by the storm. But in that event, let's hope this doesn't happen here the next few days. Over a dozen people lost their lives. Thousands of motorists were trapped in vehicles due to the tremendous weight of the snow. Trees toppled, power outages, hundreds of roofs and structures collapsed under the weight of the snow, according to the National Weather Service office in Buffalo. The Buffalo Bills game there was moved to Detroit's Ford Field after, well, it was Ralph Wilson Stadium, which is now Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park, was buried in the snow. They said more than 220,000 tons of snow had to be removed from the team's practice facility. You imagine that? Now, that was Snowvember, one of the most extreme cases of lake effect snow on record. Now, in terms of the 2014 event, the atmospheric conditions and the lake water temperatures right now for this event are very similar to the ones forecast. So it's important to note these events can only be used as a guide, the previous events, but yeah, using the model from 8 years ago, starting on this date, ironically. All right, get back to the calls coming up here. Daryl, got you coming up next. We'll get to the Rambler and several others online as we roll into the early hours of a Thursday. Oh, the search is on. Where, oh, where has our rooster gone? The southern New Jersey community of Mays Landing has been rocked by the disappearance of the town's most famous rooster. Tiny black and white rooster goes by the name of Squiggy. Has been missing from the Funny Farm Rescue and Sanctuary since Election Day. And the townspeople are getting kind of anxious. Where's our Squiggy? Where is he? Yeah, we kind of always joke that he's like a kitten in a rooster's body. But where is Ziggy? Got to get our news break here. Again, back to the calls as we roll into a Thursday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. Donald Trump, who has mounted relentless attacks on the integrity of U.S. voting since his 2020 election defeat, launched a bid to regain the presidency in 2024, aiming to preempt potential Republican rivals. A Georgia law banning abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy cannot be enforced, a state judge ruled, handing a victory to Planned Parenthood and other abortion rights groups that challenged the restriction when it took effect this summer. Republicans were just one seat shy of securing a majority in the House of Representatives, a midterm victory that would usher in 2 years of divided government after Democrats retained control of the Senate. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is doing a high-wire act as he takes a step toward becoming Speaker. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733 3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, back at it here. Right back to the phones we go. Daryl's been hanging in there, patiently waiting. Morning, Daryl. What's happening?
How you doing? I enjoyed listening to the takeoff of the big rocket ship last night,
Yes,
or the night
Artemis.
before last.
Yes, fascinating, wasn't it?
Where did you say you got your NASA jacket?
Oh, that was one of our listening friends, CNI Dog, that calls every once in a while, sent that to me a couple years ago.
It looks sharp.
Nice jacket, huh?
And I saw that you said Jim Bohannon did pass away.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, last weekend, I believe it was. Sunday, I think.
He was a class act. He interviewed me in Washington, D.C., and one night I was watching TV about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I saw the live broadcast of me and him talking. I went to a conference called the International Platform Association. It was started by Daniel Webster like 160 years ago, and they had some outstanding speakers there. I sailed into Buffalo one day with a 13.6 trailer and came to underpass, said 12'9". I slammed on the brakes and I eased under it, and I cleared it, and went to the terminal, and I asked somebody why in the world they put that sign up there. And a man asked me if I'd ever been up there during a 2-foot snowstorm. So the trailers can't get under those underpasses.
Correct. Yes.
with 3 foot snow on the ground.
Right?
I don't know where they go or how they get into the town, but that scared the daylights out of me. I hear Big Sexy calling in, and he lives in Craighead County, Jonesboro. I lived in Paragould, Greene County, which is next door to Jonesboro, and we played each other in football.
Uh-huh.
And they always played on Thanksgiving. And it was one of the biggest football rivalries around in that part of the Arkansas.
Oh, yeah?
I enjoy listening to him when he calls in because I know exactly the territory he's talking about.
Yep.
It's about 36 miles from the Mississippi River. Have you heard any more about how the traffic is doing down around Memphis on the river?
I haven't really seen anything. I need to check on that. Yeah, because they did get a bit of, they had some rain about a week ago, and they said it would take maybe a week or so to get down there. So I'm assuming the water levels are up a bit.
Well, that's where all of our road salt comes from, up that river to work on our highways.
Absolutely, yeah. And we're going to be needing some of that salt in pretty short order, aren't we?
And all along that river, you see the big silos for the corn and soybeans, and that's all shipped out. That area around where the Ohio runs into the Mississippi is a beehive of barges and shipping and exchanges and taking freight off the Ohio going on to the Mississippi. I crossed that on my way back to my hometown, Paragould, Arkansas. Well, thank you for all that you do. You keep me awake at night. And I run into many people in nursing homes that enjoy listening to you. That I know they don't ever call in, but they really enjoy your show. And I wanted to say I ordered some of the treatment, hot shot treatment, put in my F-150 Ford, and it definitely improved my gas mileage.
That's the way it's supposed to work. There you go.
All right. Good to talk to you.
Thank you for checking in. I thank you for being with us, Daryl. Do appreciate it. All right, did a quick search, and from yesterday, or actually that would have been the 5th day before yesterday. Yeah, from the Farm Bureau. Let's see, a multi-year drought beginning in 2020, record low levels on the Mississippi Basin, as we all know. As the river levels fall, barge operators have to reduce the draft and thus the load of each barge. As the channels narrow, they have to reduce the size of the tow, the number of barges lashed together, which all increases the cost of transportation. Historically, barge rates have hovered around $20 a ton. In the beginning of September, as the Mississippi began to fall to record low levels and closures and disruptions, barge rates rapidly began increasing. The St. Louis barge spot rate hit a record of $106 per ton during the week of October 11. That had eased slightly during the second week, however, picked up again during most of the rest of October, running about $88 per ton. Tonnage movement has been very weak, as we know, and of course they're also talking now concerns about the possibility of a rail strike coming into play. Talk about a double whammy. Right now the date for the strike would be tentatively December the 9th, unless they can come up with some sort of a deal between now and then. All right, there's your update. Rambler checks in here. Morning, Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God. Thank you for taking my phone call. And hello, God's children out there in podcasts and radio and YouTube and Facebook Live land, and glad to be on here with you. Want to give a quick shout out to Braindead's wife, Dingbat. She had surgery on her knee. She had a torn meniscus, and she's recovering, and want to send out prayers to Dingbat. Also, Todd Wheeler.
Todd follows us at Determined Ministries Church. He's also an avid listener to to your show, Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive. Todd's parents are not in very good health, and I'm telling this because he's already made it public.
Right.
But his dad's 79 years old, and his dad was involved tonight or last night, whatever it was, in a rollover accident. He swerved to avoid the animal, I guess a deer that was in the road, and overcorrected. And the 79-year-old dad got laid over on his side in his passenger vehicle. They said they had to cut him out mechanically and take him to the hospital. I have no other updates, but just know, Todd, we're praying for you. We're praying for your daddy, and God's will be done. And you know, lucky Penny, I hadn't gotten an update on her brother in a while. And of course, you know, we love having Miss Millie join us at Determined Ministries Church, and just enjoy seeing her pop in there. And you know, we just love having you all together, you know. And, you know, COVID really hit the churches hard. You know, Steve, it takes about 2 weeks, you know, they say 2 weeks to really break a habit. So when COVID hit, the churches got closed. People found a new habit. And the churches, you know, the ones who have service, they really hadn't recovered yet. You know, and it sometimes behooves me because I'll see pictures of fans at a NFL game. I mean, just snow flying, bundled up from head to toe, and but they can't grace God's, you know, the door of God's church and sit in a nice, warm, or cool church and hear the word of God being preached. But that's my opinion, and people are going to do what people want them to do. Just know this: the book of Philippians says that every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess. You can find that in chapter 2. But also, Steve, November 17th, 2004, at 8:55 in the morning, my wife gave birth to the little Rambler. Donovan McDaniel, my son, turns 18 years old today, and I just can't believe it because because they had to do a cesarean on her. As soon as he was pulled, and they cleaned him up, they handed him right to me, and you know, reality kind of sank in. I'm sure it did with you too when the princess gave birth to your firstborn. It's like reality slaps you right in the face. You're like, wow. I'm a dad. You know, I mean, you know, it's like, wow, I'm a dad. I just can't go out and just party and drink and, you know, come home, look at your child, say, guess what? Dad's going to throw up on you this time. No, it don't work like that. You know, and it was like, wow, you know, how did I go from raising Cain and, you know, and everything like this to being a father? And, man, I tell you what, it's been a pleasure watching him and his little brother grow up, and it's been a pleasure being his dad. I mean, I know it seems like I'm being biased, but Steve, I've got I've got 4 good boys, but, man, I tell you, just watching Donovan and Dane grow up is just, wow, you know, and to see the young man that he has become and becoming, and, you know, he wants to follow in Dirty Diaper's footsteps and my footsteps, and he's got another uncle who's fighting cancer, Norman Pugh, that, you know, and he's a truck driver too. He just wants to follow in the footsteps of being a truck driver, and I think that's pretty awesome, Steve. You know, keep the family business alive and going. But I'll be off next week. I'm sorry, Knuckle Buster. I love chicken and dressing, but I prefer turkey. What we do, Steve, we buy that Tony Chachere's called Cajun Injection, that Creole butter.
Yeah.
And we'll inject that thing full. And we get a lot of people come over to our house for Thanksgiving, so we end up cooking 2 turkeys. But I'll take that Tony Chachere's, that Cajun Injection, that Creole butter, and I'll inject 2 turkeys. 1 turkey I put out there in my smoker, and I smoke it. The other one we put in a roaster, and we roast it. So you have the choice of either
oven roasted or smoked turkey and a big, huge pan of dressing, and oh Lord, everything else were going on. And you know, you mentioned a while ago you did an ad read for Stay Build. You know, talk about equipment just sitting around with gas. That's going to be a lot of us on Thanksgiving. We're going to be just sitting around full of gas. Before I get off here, I was browsing your Facebook page, and I went to it, and it says View Shop, okay? Well, I went to the shop, and I saw the cool-looking shirts, I think for $14.95. I saw I think they're $17.95. I saw the caps for $14.95, bumper sticker for 50 cents, and I saw the cool drinking cups, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I didn't see, and maybe you need to talk to Chris Kabelchik about this, is I ain't seen no overnight drive hoodies. Now, unfortunately, I'm wearing a Carhartt hoodie, and I kind of feel foolish since how the guy that won the senatorship up there in Pennsylvania, they had him parading around being the blue-collar worker and wearing Carhartt and all this stuff. And I'm like, you know, Steve Sommers needs to start advertising for hoodies. And maybe Chris Kabelchik or whoever's in charge up there can get that on your Facebook page, because we sure could use a Steve Sommers show sponsored by Hot Shot Secret hoodie for those of us who don't like cold weather. And I think it would benefit us great if you could put in a word to get the Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive show. I prefer black or navy blue, whatever, hoodie. So we need to try and make that happen. Also, let's remember next weekend, football, Alabama versus Auburn. But the game I'm looking forward to, besides watching that, is Ohio State and Michigan. And old Ron Parker let me have it. Old Captain Ron let me have it, because he definitely was quick to let me know. I mentioned my old buddy Rick Friends. He was quick to let me know that he is a diehard Wolverine fan. And I tell you what, guys, that's going to be a great game. I mean, it takes me back to the days of Woody Hayes and Bo Schembechler. Before I get off here, Steve, remember what happened that got Woody Hayes fired, right? You remember that?
I hate to say I don't know. What was it?
Woody Hayes was both a fan of Ohio State and a coach of Ohio State. And they were losing to Clemson. I don't know if it was in the national championship game or they were playing Clemson, but Clemson won the national championship that year. And they were getting their butts kicked. And poor old Woody Hayes ran out on the field and hit one of the Clemson players. Just hard off. Didn't hurt him. He just hit him because Woody Hayes was such a fan and coach of Ohio State, and he just loved that team so much. He loved his players. He couldn't stand in to lose, and he hated Michigan so much that, I mean, they were up like 50-3 or 50-0, and they went for a 2-point conversion to make it 52-0, just to kind of rub Frank Yost's face in it a little bit more, you know. But so, you know, I know we all like the Alabama-Auburn game, but that Ohio State and that Michigan game is going to be one for the ages. I believe it's going to be a lot better than the Georgia-Tennessee game. You know, a bunch of Bulldogs trying to chase down a bunch of creamsicles out there. But praise God. Anyways, listen, God's children. Join us this Sunday, 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, Determined Ministries Church. We'd love to have you. Always preach straight from the Bible. And afterwards, if you're still awake, which you should be still awake, tune it in to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, broadcasting to you live from the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati, Ohio. And trust me, you'll get informed by the Word of God at 7 o'clock and by what's going on in our industry and what's happened over the weekend by Steve Sommers. And remember this, God's children. Oh, and one more thing. Pappy, I love that picture you posted. I laughed so hard. Steve, all it was
No words, no nothing. All it was either an empty bottle or half-empty bottle, and all it said was
5-7.
5-7
I saw it.
steak sauce.
Yeah.
And I got the joke. I love you, Terry. You know I do, and I'm only joking with you, brother. All right, gosh, love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And I hope that y'all come pay us a visit at the Turban Ministries Church, and also visit Steve's Facebook fan page for those great deals on the baseball cap, on the trucker caps, the T-shirts, the drinking cups, and also, hopefully coming soon, hoodies. We need the hoodies.
Okay.
I love you, Steve. Have a great weekend.
All
and
right.
happy
If we don't talk to you
brother.
before, enjoy your turkey lurkey. All right. Remember, you are what you eat.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, CB, I guess CB had to go somewhere. Been hanging in there, pay. How's it coming up? Get a chance, dial us back up. We're going to talk about the electric trucks. Meanwhile, morning, Philip.
Morning, bud. How you doing?
Hanging with them. Hey, Friday Eve, as I like to refer to it.
Well, today is technically my Friday at Disney, so I'm good with that one. You were talking about lake effect snow. Did they keep track of the numbers back in the 90s with lake effect snow, Steve?
I think in the 90s, probably.
I remember in the early 90s when I was driving for a company called Sigma, we used to have a lot of lake effect off of Lake Michigan. And it would go all the way from Lake Michigan all the way over to Auburn, Indiana before it would drop. And it was always the big thing, where is it going to drop today or tomorrow? You know, sometimes it'd come across and drop in Warsaw, Indiana, and sometimes it'd come over and go into Auburn, Indiana, which is quite a ways from Lake Michigan. So, yeah, I've been in those lake effect snows many times when I drove up north. So it's crazy how that interacts with that water. The cool and the hot air interacts with each other, picks that water up and brings it across. It's almost like a hurricane, but it's not to the degree as far as the pressure goes. But it can wallop you. Have you been up in Buffalo before, Steve?
Never been to Buffalo, but I do know. You know, there are times when the winds are going correct. They'll come from north to south. They'll come off the lake, cut through Indiana. We've had lake effect snow showers all the way down here in Cincinnati.
Yeah, it can happen anywhere. It just depends on where that wind picks it up and it drops it. I mean, that's the way it is pretty much. I know when I lived in Chicago, the wind pretty much would come from the west to the east, and it would go across and it'd swamp Michigan and lower Indiana, and then go across, go up and down and hit the other side of the states. I wouldn't want to be in Michigan. I guess that's the reason Michigan's the way it is with all the, and the winter times up there is crazy. I used to run up to Traverse City, and in the wintertime, it was rough going up there in Traverse City and going across Mackinac and the UP. And it was a lot of it was that lake effect snow. It'd swamp you big time going across in there. I've been across Mackinac when they've had to take in patrol. The patrolmen bring you across the bridge. You don't just drive across. You got somebody escorting you across the bridge. So it can be rough up in that area. But it looks like we're getting a little cool today for our standards down here. We're sitting at about 58 right now. I'm not sure what it is. I know it was 20 degrees yesterday afternoon between Gainesville and Cocoa Beach, in which, that's quite a ways, but still 20 degrees, that's a pretty good set. Do you guys have that swing up there in Cincinnati?
We got 29. I'll trade you 58 for a 29.
Yeah, 58 for 29. So. But did I hear right that McCarthy is going to be the head of the House?
McConnell, yeah, Mitch McConnell got got.
McConnell's going to be the head of the House. Who's gonna?
No, I'm sorry. McConnell. The Senate is McConnell. Yes, Kevin McCarthy on the House side. They nominated him anyway. All right, hold that thought. Time for the news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Republicans won control of the U.S. House on Wednesday, returning the party to power in Washington and giving conservatives leverage to blunt President Joe Biden's agenda and spur a flurry of investigations. But a threadbare majority will pose immediate challenges for GOP leaders and complicate the party's ability to govern. More than a week after Election Day, Republicans secured the 218th seat needed to flip the House from Democratic control. They are on track to cobble together what could be the party's narrowest majority of the 21st century, rivaling 2001, when Republicans had just a 9-seat majority, 221 to 212, with 2 independents. The man convicted of killing 6 people and injuring many others when he drove his SUV through a Christmas parade in suburban Milwaukee was sentenced Wednesday to life in prison with no chance of release. Waukesha County Circuit Judge Jennifer Darrow sentenced 40-year-old Darrell Brooks Jr. on 76 charges, including 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide and 61 counts of reckless endangerment. Judge Darrow explained the reason for her consecutive life sentence.
The actions of Darrell Brooks demand punishment. The community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody.
More news from the courtroom.
The alleged killer of 3 University of Virginia football players is being denied bond. Christopher Darnell Jones Jr. is accused of killing the 3 men on a charter bus that had just arrived back to campus after a field trip. He now faces 3 charges of second-degree murder, 3 counts of using a handgun to commit a felony, and 2 counts of malicious wounding, as he also injured 2 others in the alleged shooting spree. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
No stranger to snow at all, but a major storm hitting western New York State has officials there urging residents to stay off of the roads. It's already begun falling in Erie County, with snowfall rates in the Buffalo area expected to reach 3 inches an hour within the next 24 hours. County Executive Mark Polenkars says when it's all over this weekend, some parts may have 3 feet of snow on the ground.
This is not something that we see often. We deal with snowstorms. We've got lots of snowstorms. We usually have 1 or 2 bad ones a year, but it is very rare to see the Weather Service call for extreme impacts.
The Buffalo Bills are also dealing with the weather. Multiple feet of snow expected in the days leading up to their game this weekend, and the team practiced indoors Wednesday. Coach Sean McDermott said that the team has been in full communication with the NFL if any weather-related changes were to come for Sunday's game, and that plans are being put in place if the team's unable to come to the facility on Friday and or Saturday. Houston Astros pitcher Justin Verlander won his 3rd American League Cy Young Award on Thursday, joining a distinguished club with fewer than a dozen members throughout baseball history. He did so unanimously, and he did so under unprecedented circumstances as a 39-year-old coming off Tommy John surgery, which kept him off a major league mound for most of the past 2 years. It was all rooted in positive thinking. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, we all on the same page now. Looks like we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Our friends in the Pacific time zone, welcome. Welcome into a Thursday, 17th of November. Yeah, 1 week. You can call it Turkey Day. It's Thanksgiving Day. Yeah, as difficult as times may be, we do have a lot to be thankful for, don't we? I'm going to step back, reflect, give thanks, have a good time with family, friends. You know, kind of officially kicking off the holidays, right? You got to get up. You got to get up early enough Thanksgiving morning to catch the Thanksgiving Day parade. And, of course, Santa Claus arrives. Kick off the holidays. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Philip. I wanted to ask you, I heard where Disney, I guess, announced a price increase this past day, and if you're going to be coming to the Magic Kingdom, like right around Christmas or New Year's, I mean, just to get through the gates, it could cost you $189. Man, oh man, I'm thinking a family of four, that's nearly $800 to walk through the gates.
Yes, sir, it is. They announced that, when was it, the day before yesterday?
Yeah.
They had a price increase, and 189 is going to be on peak period.
Correct. Yeah, right
So
there.
if you go during, like saying, sometimes in the spring break, you know, or when there's, you know, a lot of bookings into the park and whatnot, the price is gonna fluctuate when you buy your ticket. It sure is. And that's gonna hit the folks that do the day-to-day thing. And there's one thing I want to mention to everybody. If you decide you want to come to Disney, and I want everybody to understand this, and make sure you understand it before you buy your ticket, is make sure that you have a park reservation. If you do not have a park reservation and you know the date that you're going to be in there, and you get that date booked with the park reservation, you're going to pay that money, and you're not going to get you think you're just going to walk in and go that day, and it doesn't work that way. So you have to have a park reservation to get in now. You can't just like walk in like you used to.
Really?
I try to yes, I try to emphasize that to everybody when they go to the parks now. When you know the date you're going to go, you need to book that park reservation immediately, because you might go to book it, you might not be able to get that date.
I'll be darned.
Yes, we still carry the park reservation service, and you have to have that. You could walk in today and buy a ticket and think you're just going to walk in the park. It doesn't work that way. We still have the reservation service up, and you have to make sure you have the reservation for that day when you walk in. So I try to emphasize it a lot. I see a lot of people, Steve, especially when I work at the transportation center, which is right where everybody comes in at the Magic Kingdom. They park in that parking lot, and they come in, and it's like they have to go to guest relations a lot. And they have to send a lot of people to guest relations because they don't have that reservation for that day. So make sure you know what day you're coming, and make sure you book that reservation so that you're guaranteed to go in the park. So
You have
still
any
carry that. I thought you guys knew that.
What is the purpose of the reservation? I mean, is it for capacity or what? I mean, I don't understand. What kind of information are they getting that they would need a reservation?
Well, we started that back with COVID. Universal and all the parks had reservation services that we started with COVID, and Universal, I believe they have dropped theirs, and I think I don't think SeaWorld has got one, but Disney kept the one going, and it's like this, Steve. Okay, so like say for instance you sell somebody a ticket, and it's a hard number, so like there's going to be people coming to the park if they've got a reservation. You understand what I mean? It's
right.
Like a hard number. A person can buy a ticket and sit on it for a year, and you don't know when they're coming. And if they sit on it long enough and it expires, they just wasted their money totally. But with a park reservation, it's a hard number that you know your numbers. It's a numbers thing. I think it's more of that myself, but that's just my opinion. I'm not sure why the company still got it going, but it's one of those things that I try to tell everybody when they come down here and they're going to do their vacation and whatnot. Make sure you set up those reservations in the parks you're going to go and the days you're going to go, and make sure those reservations are locked in, because you could come down here and book a 2-week trip and you could think you're just going to walk in the door. It doesn't work that way.
Interesting.
So, there's a lot of it's affected a lot of people. I've seen it affect now. Guest relations, they try to help people out as much as they can. I'm not sure how that system works. That's not my line of the business. My line of the business is the train, but it's one of those things. And the prices went up at all 4 parks, Steve.
Yes.
I think Hollywood Studios is like $179 at peak season, and I believe low end is about $129. They also raised the cost of the annual passes. Now those went up considerably too. They got one pass called an Incredipass. Pass. It's like a premium type pass. It was like $1,200, and I believe now it's $1,400 for that pass. So it's a lot of money.
I'm telling you, yeah, it's expensive to see the mouse, and like I said, and once you get in there, I know like Kings Island. If I go to Kings Island, yeah, there's only a few places you can buy a beer, but you're going to pay like nearly $10 just for a beer. Do they even sell beer or alcohol at Disney?
Yes, we sell alcohol in 3 of our parks. We sell beer in Animal Kingdom, Hollywood Studios, and Epcot. Now, Epcot has alcohol. The World Showcase, they have drink. They call it Drinking Around the World, where they have different liquor from different areas. The one that has it, but it's a little bit more governed because of the kids, is the Magic Kingdom. The Magic Kingdom only has alcohol in some of the restaurants, and it's like wine, and that's it. And it can't be taken out of the building.
Gotcha.
The Magic Kingdom, they have pretty they have pretty much kept the Magic Kingdom dry all these years. And the only reason that they have the wine in there is because of the way the restaurant's set up and the food that they have in those restaurants. Those are not like a quick service restaurant where you just walk in, you can grab a beer. No, it's not like that. It's like a sit down, formal, you're going to have wine with your dinner type of thing.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? That's the way that's set up. And they have pretty much kept the kingdom that way, and it's because of the kids. You know, they just want to keep it away from the kids in the kingdom. They've done that for years. That's one thing that Walt Disney wanted to do when he set this up originally, was him and Roy, they wanted to set the Magic Kingdom up as a place that a family could go and get away from all that stuff, you know, get away from, because, you know, we've had problems with a lot of stuff in our time, and they wanted everybody to get away from that, so they banned all that initially. And then when they brought the other parks in, like Epcot's more of an adult type park, like kind of like Universal. So then we'll bring the alcohol in over there and that kind of stuff. That's how they've kind of separated it over the years.
Right.
And but it is what it is. I seen the price hike, and I'm like, I quiver when I see it. I mean, there's a lot of news right now with Disney and price hikes and fourth quarter earnings and all kinds of other stuff going on with the company. And you know, when you see stuff like that, it's a pretty good shock. You know, that's a pretty good piece. I mean, the price at the Kingdom right now, I believe, is like $125 to get in the Kingdom right now. You know, you see over a $60 jump. I mean, that's a big deal. Like you said, $800. I mean, that's what I would pay if I didn't work for the company for my family of four to go in the park.
Yep.
That's one of the reasons why I work at the company. That's one of my benefits, is my in-park benefits. And even with our in-park benefits, I don't think you're the only one that has to make a reservation. I have to go and make a reservation to go myself, Steve, even when I use my in-park benefits, and I work for the company.
Wow.
So there might be days that I want to go that I can't go because of, you know, we have blockouts on our dates. So everybody thinks they come to work for the company, and it's like, oh, yeah, I can just go to the park anytime I want. No, it doesn't work that way. We have blockout dates. So, like, I have to watch and see when the blockout dates is when I want to come to the park. So it ain't like Philip can just take his kids to the park anytime he wants to. No, it isn't that way. I have to watch dates just like everybody else does. And also with something that I want to tell people a lot about the parks is, you know, these annual passes, a lot of people love them and they pay a lot of money for them, but they also have blockout dates on them too. So like if you buy a Florida pass, you can only come during the week. You can't come during the weekend. There's certain passes have different blockout dates. So when you go to do any of this stuff with Disney, even Universal, you know, different things, make sure you read the fine print when you buy these you know, annual passes and all this, because you can get these in payment plans, you know, and there's a lot of people are getting all this stuff on payment plans now, Steve, and so be very careful when you do that, when you book everything and decide you want to go that way.
Right.
Do your homework. You know, I'm fortunate enough I work here, so I see a lot of it. I understand what's going on with it, and I can relate that information to people when they ask me, because I get 15,000 questions a day from people, and it's from anything from the bathroom to how much is an Incredipass, or how much is this, or what's the rate at this hotel or that. And I don't know everything. I mean, there's so much information with this job. I can't know everything, but I know a lot of things. But it's people need to do their homework when they come on vacation down here. They really do, because it leads to a lot of bad folks, and I've seen that on the other end, and it's not too cool. But I'm not sure. How much is it cost to go to Kings Island?
Yeah, it's been several years since I've been there, but I think it's probably, you know, season passes are still fairly affordable, couple $100. Individual day ticket, I think it's like $60, maybe something like that.
I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to come down here and you want to get a real reasonable pass, an annual pass, SeaWorld's got a good annual pass. Universal's around the same as Disney. COVID kicked us in the butt with that stuff, and they had to raise. These companies lost so much money during COVID that they had to put it somewhere, and that was where they did it at, was on the annual pass holders. And it isn't just Disney; it's Universal too as well. And it's one of those things. It's like if you got this kind of entertainment, you're going to pay for it. A lot of the Star Wars stuff is very expensive now. I don't know if you've seen the Galactic Cruiser, Steve.
I have not. No.
Yeah, we have the Galactic Cruiser is a hotel that's basically, if you watch Star Wars, those big cruiser things like cruiser ships that Darth Vader and all those guys had in there. It's themed around one of those. The hotel is, and you come in there and you stay for 4 days, and you're basically in Star Wars for 4 days. And it's a big deal, and we've had it open for a while now, but it's a lot of money to stay there. But if you got somebody that's really into the Star Wars thing and want to immerse us in that, it's crazy. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's like you walk in, park your car, they pick you up in a bus, and they take you to a building, and then you go in that building, and it's like the inside of a spaceship. And you're inside that spaceship for 4 days.
Wow.
And then you go out into the park. When you go out into the park, depending on which park you go to, if you go out in the park at Hollywood Studios, you're actually dressed just like Star Wars. I mean, it's like almost like a cosplay thing. So some people get into it. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things here that other than Star Wars. And but please, I tell everybody about Disney. Before you start booking anything or doing anything with Disney, do your research. That way you don't get caught up in stuff like that when you come into the park. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time.
All right, yeah, thank you.
I'll catch you later.
Good info. I know I had never been to Disney. I ain't never been to see the mouse. Yeah, mighty darn expensive to see that mouse. I don't know. It might be out of my price range. Yeah, things went up across the board. New prices go into effect December the 8th for single day, single park tickets, depending on which park. So depending on where you decide to visit, you can expect to, here's what Animal Kingdom, minimum 109, could be as much as 159, like around Christmas or New Year's. Hollywood Studios, 124 to 179. That's an individual. Like I said, family of four. The Magic Kingdom, 124 on the cheapest, $189 a person just to get through the gates. Again, the 189 busiest times a year. So make your plans accordingly. All right, we've got clear lines, cleared things out this Thursday morning. It's 844-844-3388. I think Eskimo Mom forwarded this to me this past week. This is up in her neck of the woods at a Love's Travel Center. Apparently, somebody screwed up. It happens now and then where I guess the delivery guy puts the diesel nozzle into the regular old gas, 87 octane. That appears to be what happened here. Manager with the Love's family of companies said the company is resolving the issue with impacted customers, believing their vehicles were breaking down because of a mistake in the fuel at the Love's off I-70 in Clark County, Ohio. This is going back right out a week ago, November the 11th. Love's was notified there was an isolated incident in a regular unleaded tank at the Springfield location. The issue was immediately addressed, and Love's is resolving the issue with impacted customers. I don't know, what kind of impact does that have on your vehicle?
I don't know. Does it ruin the engine? If customers believe they've been impacted by this, contact our customer service team at comments@loves.com, where they got the toll-free number there. But, yeah, the local news center 7 went out this past day to find answers, to which they were given a corporate phone number, which rang to an answering machine. And Campbell said, we spoke with a woman who said her family's truck needs several repairs after it got the wrong fuel put in at the Love station on Friday, November the 11th. I made it about halfway home. All of a sudden, it started bogging down real bad. Stranded in the dark with her 3 young daughters. Truck had to ultimately be towed. She said she and her husband returned to the Love's station the next day because they were suspicious the station was to blame for the breakdown. Yeah, we went up there. It read unavailable on all the unleaded gas tanks. Now, the couple told News Center 7 the Love's employees were very tight-lipped, but they took their information to the risk management company. Others at the station told them they weren't the only ones that had this problem. Apparently, a delivery driver dropped a tanker full of diesel fuel in the unleaded tanks. So they say investigators with the Clark County Auditor's Office said they believe at least 15 people were affected by the fuel issue, ended up with damaged vehicles, started getting phone calls, and the people on duty immediately shut the pumps down. Looks like the diesel delivery that was made Friday evening was to blame. Somehow or another, it was dropped into the 87 octane tank. Okay. You know, at a busy location, you could have a whole lot of people come through in a very short amount of time. Again, I guess they're going back to the records, and maybe 15 people used the 87 pumps in that period of time, but there you go. All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. You want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. In other industry headlines, more details coming up. Nearly 9 out of 10 commercial vehicles pulled over during Brake Safety Week this year did not have any brake-related critical violations. That's a pretty good success rate. Yeah, nonetheless, there were thousands of trucks that were indeed put out of service. Numbers released by the CVSA. More to come here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. Donald Trump, who has mounted relentless attacks on the integrity of U.S. voting since his 2020 election defeat, launched a bid to regain the presidency in 2024, aiming to preempt potential Republican rivals. A Georgia law banning abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy cannot be enforced, a state judge ruled, handing a victory to Planned Parenthood and other abortion rights groups that challenged the restriction when it took effect this summer. Republicans were just 1 seat shy of securing a majority in the House of Representatives, a midterm victory that would usher in 2 years of divided government after Democrats retained control of the Senate. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is doing a high-wire act as he takes a step toward becoming Speaker. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I got lines available. Hello to Randy, checking in a bit ago. Said, somebody up there in Canada needs to close that freezer door. You're letting all the cold air out. Oh, man, it's only November. Is this a sign? Is it going to be one of those kind of winters? Long, cold, snowy winter. Norman, good morning. Checking in from north central Kansas. 27 degrees, clouds. Right now, sitting at the home 20, waiting on my next adventure. But good morning to Steve and all the listeners out there. Now, let's see. Good morning from Perry, Michigan. There's John, headed to Alsip, Illinois. Wacky Kathy is closing the 90 in western New York to all truck traffic at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Wacky Kathy. That's the first I've heard that moniker for Kathy Hochul, the re-elected governor there in New York. And it wasn't even really close. Well, a 5-point win. It's a lot closer than most anticipated it would be, but Wacky Kathy. If you weren't, I think we broke that down the first hour. But yeah, lots of closures. And this is all based on the big snow event that's unfolding in New York today. A lot of interstates where you're not going to be able to use the highways later today. So we'll share that again coming up here. Hello to Cliff checking in this morning. Hello, Bidu. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Not looking forward to my trip back home. Talking I-90 westbound from Rochester, New York to Youngstown, Ohio. Oh, boy. Yeah, you're going to be in the messy mix possibly there. Who else? Eddie checking in 31, South Knoxville. Let's see. I love Trump. However, his ego may just screw our country. All right. Let's see. Wisconsin 29 between, is it Cato or Cadott and Wausau? Snow covered. Some slick spots out here. So Wisconsin 29. Slow it down there. Good morning from Richard, checking in from Central Florida, 59 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Gary jumps in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew, 29 degrees here in Southwest Ohio. Let's go, Brandon. All right, good to have you all with us. One more, there's Matt that just chimed in here a moment ago. Good morning, Steve. Headed to Akron, Ohio. Speaking of Wacky Kathy, I've got to remember that. Wacky Kathy there in New York. The fact that she got reelected, so many had kind of predicted with the outrageous crime numbers. Remember, that was one of the big issues in the debate there in New York when she made that comment about why is this such a big deal to you? Why is it so important about letting criminals get people that are arrested out, no money bail, right? No bail. Just get back out on the streets and we'll set a court date, that kind of thing, only to have those individuals going out committing additional crimes. We thought that was going to be a big issue. And based on the way the votes came in, it turned out not to be in many communities around the country where they anticipated the surge in crime. Yeah, mostly in these, what they call progressive, I call the left-leaning liberal cities that are all going down that route. Keeping in mind Illinois, the entire state, not just Chicago, but the entire state of Illinois jumps on that bandwagon here in a few weeks, the first of the year. Now, are you going to rue the day that you've elected these sort of leaders? Now, Target, the retailer, Target, this past day kind of issued a statement about all these, you see these smash and grab videos, right? Sometimes it's 2 or 3 individuals. Sometimes it may be a dozen or 2 dozen. They run into the store. They start grabbing everything they can, shove it in the bags, and out the door they go. Because there's no fear of reprisal. If they're even caught, they end up getting a slap on the wrist because, they stole what's California. You could steal up to, what is it, $900 or something, $950 worth of merchandise before you even really get in any serious trouble. It's nuts. Target said, we are battling an organized retail crime wave, resulting in a massive hit on profits. We have employed some theft deterrent merchandising strategies, but still, that's not enough to stop the criminals from running off with everything on the shelves. Now, they reported dismal earnings. They slashed their guidance. They warned consumers. Consumers are pulling back on spending amid the worst inflationary environment we've seen in decades. They also revealed gross profit margins were reduced by $400 million so far this year due to shrink. You ever heard of that term, shrink? That's the industry term for theft and product lost. $400 million. There's a handful of things that can drive shrink in our business, and theft is the key driver. And we know we're not alone. Across retail, we're seeing this trend that I think has got increasingly worse over the past 12 to 18 months. Yahoo Finance spoke with the Target spokesperson who said the problem is primarily due to what they call organized retail crime. This has increased under the Biden administration while these progressive-run cities implement what they call their social justice reform. There's your key right there. Social justice reform. Criminals are taking advantage of the relaxed penalties for shoplifting, which is fueling a nationwide crime wave. Shoplifting, a behavior not just in response to backfiring social justice reforms, but it also has some roots deep in poverty, as high inflation crushes millions of Americans into poverty. Wage growth has been negative for 19 consecutive months. All the same time, food, energy, shelter prices remain elevated. The working poor have drained their personal savings. They've racked up insurmountable credit card debt just to buy the essentials to survive. And some folks have resorted to stealing just to survive. Target blames most of the thefts on what they call organized crime gangs. Those thefts are so bad at the Target in Minneapolis, downtown, that everyday toiletries are actually locked behind shatterproof glass cabinets. Wow. Toilet paper, paper towels, everyday toiletries? Yeah, Target and many other retailers are demanding Congress do something. Even the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has called the looting of retail stores a national crisis. According to the latest National Retail Federation report, goods stolen from retailers increased to $94.5 billion. That is with a B in 2021. Figures for this year, as we're, about 6 weeks left in the year, figures for 2022 are expected to top $100 billion. $100 billion in stolen merchandise. Again, that's because you can smash and grab, and it happens every day. All right, back to the phones here. Do we have, I believe, Arthur is next. Good morning, Art.
Hi, Steve.
Hey there, what's happening?
I was just going to say, have you heard anything on the Tesla, big truck for towing the trailers and all?
Yeah, the Tesla announced on Tuesday that they're going to have the delivery, I guess the big celebration there at their factory in, Nevada. They're going to deliver their first electric trucks to Pepsi Corporation on December the 1st, I believe it was.
Have you heard anything on the range they can go?
There's two different models. One of them can go 300 and some miles. The other can go just over 500 miles.
Yeah, I was reading on the one where it was with the 500 miles. If you read farther down, they say if you get in the hills, you can expect less.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm wondering, too, if you get into cold weather, how that can sometimes affect batteries.
There's no doubt about it. That's already a proven fact. Yeah, we know the cold drains battery life. And so if you have an electric vehicle and you live there in, northern Minnesota or something, I mean, you could probably nearly cut your expected mileage in half when you're at 20 below zero.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty substantial.
Yeah.
I was doing some other checking on the Ford Lightning on just the cost of batteries. I think the one battery would go 320 miles, and it was about 35,000 for replacement, and the one that went 230 miles was like around 28,000. That's pretty pricey for a battery.
Yep, and I believe the batteries are only good. I think I believe the feds kind of mandated that the batteries have to be warranted for up to 8 years, and after that, of course, then you're on your own, right? So most of them they expect will have about a 10-year lifespan.
So you could expect, a big bill, and the price of the batteries could go up by that time also.
Oh yeah, and that's all but guaranteed to happen because the cost of all the raw materials and all that are going up. So yeah, if you're going to buy a new car, you buy your electric vehicle, you can all but guarantee yourself you're going to get hit with a $25,000-$30,000 whack before the thing's 10 years old.
Yeah, then I don't know about the other components like the wheel motors and stuff like that. If they can have issues after high mileage or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much unknown, I guess, for long distance stuff.
I don't care what it is. Everything has a life expectancy, and ain't none of them going to last forever, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I think I'm all for the stick with the gas and the diesel trucks, and they've been pretty well proven. I think what can a big truck go on all if it's all filled up with fuel? Quite a ways, I know. Versus say that electric thing.
I know. Oh yeah, you mean a truck that's topped off with 200 gallons of diesel? I think they're going to get a lot more than 500 miles out of it.
Oh yeah, I heard somewhere like 2,000. I don't know for sure if that's right, but that's quite a bit difference though. And you hear about the new anxiety.
I guess just do the simple math. If you got 200 gallons of diesel, now depending on what your miles per gallon, you're getting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. If you got 7 miles per gallon, you're going to get 1,400 miles out of it.
Okay, it might have been 1,500 I'd heard, and yeah. But I just heard something else. I was on a talk show. They said one of the new anxieties that's out there, they say, or stress, is when people buy electric cars, when they see the battery level dropping. I thought that was kind of funny.
The new anxiety.
I guess if you're climbing the hills, like Tesla said on the big trucks, and you see that battery level dropping, I guess it would probably cause a little stress.
Can I get to the other side and then maybe coast down the mountain to get a recharge, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine these people that, like if I go south to see my daughter from Illinois, those hills we're on, and sometimes it's backed up, and those truckers aren't going that fast up them hills. But I can imagine hitting those hills and not too much off those roads. I mean, you go ways too, so you better make sure those batteries. That's the thing too. Time it would take to get that battery brought back up to full capacity. That might be quite a kicker too.
Oh, depending on whether you can find a fast charging station. I mean, some of these. We've been sharing these stories about people getting the Ford Lightning or whatever, and plugging them in, saying, according to the estimate, the computer says, all right, it's going to take 2 days to reach full charge. You need the fast charging capabilities, but it's all in the works. There you go. Hey, good to hear from you, Arthur. Thank you very much. And it's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Kind of funny toward the tail end of our program, that final hour last evening. Somehow or another, we got on the topic of chicken McNuggets. We talked about it. You ever seen the video of how chicken McNuggets are made? I had to go back and pull that video up after the show. And it's not. Remember the green, the pink slime, the big issue. That's about 8 or 10 years ago. I mean, there were a bunch of viral videos saying that that's what they use to make chicken McNuggets. No, it's not the pink slime. I mean, supposedly it really is the white meat separated from the chicken, but it goes through this whole, they grind it up process and just looks like a big pile of goop. Kind of like that stuff that was spilled on the highway yesterday morning there on I-74 over toward the Indiana state line. And that goes into a press where it's almost like a cookie cutter. They press all the meat together and they're actually only partly cooked at the actual Tyson facility. It goes into the deep fryer grease. But again, just enough time in the grease to kind of firm up the batter around the outside of the nuggets. Then they get a flash freeze again. They ship them out to the restaurants around the country. Then they drop them in the fryer to finish cooking them, because they are not cooked when they actually come out of the facility there at Tyson. But I had to kind of chuckle when I came across the report from Reuters. If you think your chicken nuggets are kind of nasty, how about this? For the first time, the Food and Drug Administration has cleared a meat product that's, what they call it, laboratory grown meat. It's fit for human consumption. It is approved by the FDA. We'll soon be able to purchase, quote, meat grown from animal cells. The official announcement this past day. Upside Foods, a company that makes cell-cultured chicken by harvesting cells from live animals, using those cells to grow meat in stainless steel tanks. They've been given the approval to bring their products to market once it's been inspected by the Department of Agriculture. The world is experiencing a food revolution, and the FDA is committed to supporting the innovation in the food supply. Now, they say there's a report that said 2/3 of Americans said they would be willing to eat meat that was grown in a lab. They didn't ask me, but I wouldn't be on that cat if I knew what it was. I don't know. Will the time come when you're going to be purchasing, whether it's in this particular company, it's chicken patties. I know they're in the process of trying to grow, lab-grown beef to make like hamburger patties. Will we know, is this actual beef or is it lab-grown meat that we're going to throw on the grill? Anyway, the FDA said in their documents released this past day, they'd reviewed the data from the company. They had no further questions about the company's conclusion that their product is safe for human consumption. History is made in several ways this past day. All right, lab-grown meat. I'll pass on that. All right, get back to the calls here as we head into our final. We're about a minute away from our news break, so hang in there, guys. We got the phones lined up. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. Got to get back to the. All right, I promised I'd get to the break check thing. Also, coming up next hour, we've all been kind of feeling as though, and I'm in the mix as well. I've had this kind of a sense that there's a bit of a tiff between Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump. We've all kind of noticed that, correct? Well, Governor DeSantis, I guess yesterday, trying to say, people just take a chill pill. Ron DeSantis trying to tamp down the media's efforts, the establishment media's effort to try and escalate what they're calling this rift between Donald Trump and DeSantis. And that's what he told reporters, quote, people just need to chill out. Come on. The end of a news conference yesterday after he awarding $8.7 million for Hurricane Ian recovery efforts. Someone tried to question, hey, what's this civil war we've got brewing in the Republican Party? Like between you and Trump. The rest of the story. So much more coming up here on a Thursday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. U.S. officials say that the missile that exploded in Poland close to the Ukrainian border was likely a Ukrainian air defense missile that veered off target. 2 people died in the explosion, but Ukrainian President Zelensky claims that the missile wasn't theirs and that it came from Russia. Former Defense Department official Mick Mulroy says that based on the information available now, that explosion was an accident from a Ukrainian air defense missile.
Of course, they wouldn't have had to shoot those missiles if they weren't being attacked by Russia, and certainly targets on the border could cause this, not only this, but also in the future, as it's unknown where a missile would go after it intercepts one.
Ahead of the final undecided U.S. Senate race in the state of Georgia, going to a runoff on December the 6th, the Republican candidate Herschel Walker campaigning in McDonough, Georgia, Wednesday. Walker criticized the Biden administration's first 2 years in office.
In less than 2 short years, y'all see where we're at? And y'all trying to decide whether you want to vote for me? You better vote for me, because we don't want this country to become a country like somewhere else. This is the greatest country in the world today. It's the United States of America.
It's not deja vu, but we are headed for the moon again.
NASA successfully launched its Artemis 1 moon rocket from Florida very early Wednesday morning.
7, 6, 5, 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
It will run 25 days, 11 hours, and 36 minutes. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Senator Mitch McConnell was reelected as Republican leader Wednesday, quashing a challenge from Senator Rick Scott of Florida. I'm not going anywhere, McConnell said after the nearly 4-hour closed-door meeting. This is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says 22 recruits were struck by an SUV around dawn Wednesday while on the training run in Whittier, California, with 5 critically injured. The driver, also injured, has been detained, but the cause behind the crash is unclear. At a news conference, Sheriff Alex Villanueva said,
"The driver was transported to local hospital. They were negative on a field sobriety test and blew a 0.0 on the breathalyzer. So the cause of the accident, motive, anything is unknown at this time."
Ivanka Trump announced on Tuesday that she doesn't plan to be involved in former President Donald Trump's campaign, issuing a statement minutes after her father announced another run for the White House. "I love my father very much. This time around, I'm choosing to prioritize my young children and the private life we are creating as a family. I do not plan to be involved in politics," said Trump, who did not attend Tuesday night's event. Her statement follows a shift in the Trump family dynamic and division over the political plans of the former president. It was reported last week that Ivanka and husband Jared Kushner would not campaign on behalf of her father. The Pennsylvania House impeached Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner as Republican legislators push to remove the twice-elected prosecutor whose progressive policies they blame for fueling record levels of violent crime in the city. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel client.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, what do you say? Get that final hour off and rolling here. Get back to the calls here. Hey, senor, can you explain, again, according to the screen, what happens if you get diesel fuel in your regular internal combustion engine?
Well, for one thing, it's going to foul up your plugs. And another thing is it will plug up your catalytic converter.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. So, and I don't know if it's going to have anything to do with the air sensor that regulates the air going to the combustion chambers. But, I mean, you're just going to have a dirty burn until, you know, that catalytic converter is going to get plugged. And that's muy expensive.
Big time,
replace,
yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I mean, if you have a carbureted engine and you do not have the catalytic converter on there, all you're going to be doing is just replacing the fuel filter. And that might happen too. You know, a lot of these fuel filters on these newer cars, they're actually inside the fuel tanks. So that might be another issue that you have to, in order to get that fuel filter out, if it can be got out, you're going to have to drop the tank anyways, and you're going to have to drain all that fuel that's in it. Diesel, it is you can use that as a cleaner. You know, when they're talking about the biodiesel, it's clean. It'll go through and it'll clean up anything that you got built up on your fuel lines. But in the same aspect, you know, it's gonna plug up a filter or two. And if you got a carbureted engine, and you know your carburetor's right there, the fuel filters underneath your carburetor are in line to the carburetor, and no big deal. Here in Albuquerque, I guess about 15 years ago, they had the same situation where a lot of vehicles were breaking down, and it was due to someone not paying attention and putting diesel in the gasoline tanks. And yeah, I tell you what, I spent a lot on fuel filters for my old 83, but I tell you what, I didn't have to pay for fuel for a while. I was delivering parts to the dealerships, and you know, I'd had access to the fuel mix. And they're like, well, you know, we're not selling it to you, but you can't come after us for what it might do to your engine. And I'm like, I don't care. It's carbureted. It's an 83. You know, what the hey, let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, that's what it'll do. It'll mess that up. And as far as lab-grown meat.
Yeah, right?
You know, I wish the vegans and vegetarians would just leave it alone. If you're so damn worried about cow farts, you know, taking over the world, I'll eat the damn cow. You know, I've got no problem doing that. I mean, if it's fur with 4 legs, I'll eat it. If it's got 2 legs and feathers, I'll eat it. If it swims in the water, I'll eat it. But don't force this nonsense upon me and millions of others, billions of others now. And the one thing I have to say about lab-grown meat, sorry, I'm feeling a little queasy.
Yeah,
I better let you go.
Barf. Lab-grown meat. Hey, boy, 10 past the hour. Let's see what's going on with Steve. Been a few days since we heard from Steve. Morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning. How are you, Steve?
Doing all right. How about you? Lab-grown meat? How's that sound? Throw that on the grill.
Nah, Steve, I just ordered a big cooler of Omaha steaks last week, so I'm good. I'm good, buddy. And those are very, very good steaks. A little pricey, but very, very good. So Wednesday morning, I was down in Tampa, heading up to Ocala, basically about 120 miles west of Cape Canaveral, and I saw that launch from where I was at, 120 miles away. Steve, that was a massive fireball.
Yep.
It was just incredible. I'm like, because I was listening to it on the NASA website. I was just going to, kind of listen to it live.
Yep.
And when they were doing the countdown, I look over to the east, and there I saw it. It was just incredible. But yeah, I can't imagine what that must have been like to been close by, within say a 5-10 mile radius. The feeling, of
the rumble, like
rocket.
like a nonstop thunder that rattles the chest.
Yeah. There were these two ladies that were doing the commentary at NASA. They watched the launch live in a booth, and they said they were like in tears. I mean, it was just the shaking, and they could just feel it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like nothing they felt before. And this woman, that one of the commentators, they were both astronauts. She had already been in space. So she's been under under a rocket before, but not like this one. That was pretty powerful.
9 million pounds of thrust.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. That was the launch I was actually supposed to go to. When was that? September, Steve? When they were planning on launching it?
Yep.
Yeah. And I had woke up in the morning about 8 o'clock, and I put my phone on, and I was listening to the live broadcast. And about 30, I was getting ready to leave the house. 30 minutes later, it's scrubbed. So I'm glad I didn't drive all the way down there for nothing. But so, Steve, if you heard a politician out there touting the infrastructure package, health care, mental health, social issues, would you think that would be a Republican or a Democrat?
Those particular issues, I would suspect a Democrat.
So, Steve, usually after an election, the leaders of the House, minority leader, majority leader, they come out and they give their little press conference. And they talk about their agenda. That is what Mitch McConnell was touting yesterday. His past accomplishments. Those issues were the accomplishments over the last 2 years. He had no agenda. Steve, the guy's 80 years old. It's time for him to go. I cannot believe they voted him in.
And that blows my mind. There was actually a quote I saw. I could probably pull the story up. See, I think Newsmax had where Chuck Schumer said he feels like he and Mitch McConnell are pretty much on the same page with their agenda, or where they think the GOP should go.
Well, Steve, McConnell actually came out and said we need to meet on the 40-yard line, to get some things done. See, the Democrats aren't going to meet on the 40-yard line, Steve. They just come out, they throw their stuff out there, and they don't care what people think about it, because they got kahunas. Mitch McConnell is an establishment Republican. He has been since the beginning of time, since he's been there. He's not a Reagan conservative. He's not a Trump conservative. He hated Reagan. He hated Trump.
Yep.
Back in 76, he opposed Reagan. In 1980, he opposed them. I mean, the guy is he's there for power, he's there for money, and he doesn't care about the American people. Only 8% of the voters polled had an approval rating of him. 8%, Steve.
Yep. 81% negative.
Yes, sir. And the other thing that's sad, Steve, is the Senate Minority Leader cannot even go to Georgia and campaign for Herschel Walker because the people in Georgia despise him. And Walker would lose by 40 points if McConnell shows up. That's pretty damn sad, that we don't have a leader in there like a Ted Cruz or a Josh Hawley or a Tom Cotton. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's just it's just disgusting what's going on, And Schumer came out there today and gave his little spiel on what they plan to do. I don't know if you heard this, Steve, but they want to make a pathway for citizenship, not only for DACA, because you remember it was just about DACA.
The Dreamers, yep.
Now it's about the Dreamers, and now it's about all the undocumented illegal aliens in this country, which he said was 11 million. That's 11 million votes. That's what they want to push. Now, I don't know if they can get that through because I know it's a lame duck Congress right now. But he came out and said it.
Yeah.
That's why the border is wide open.
I mean, how do we get these kind of crazy numbers? Because I know I can go back at least 10 years ago when I would share the numbers from the Federation for American Immigration Forum, where we had 12 to 15 to some estimates of 18 million illegals in the country. How with 5 million coming in the past 2 years alone, how are we now down to 11 million? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't think Chuck Schumer knows it's if 11 million or 100 million. But he wants to give citizenship to all undocumented people in this country. It's just unbelievable, Steve. What people had to go through to get to this country and go through the path to citizenship, there was a gentleman that did some tile work for me in my house. He was a refugee from Vietnam. He escaped right during the fall of Saigon. He's an older gentleman, about 70 years old. Steve, it took him 15 years to become a citizen of this country, and he loves this country. We were chatting a while about this stuff, and he just cannot believe it. How you can just walk across the border and become a citizen of the United States. Just unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Schumer came out and said it today, Steve. So that's their agenda. But see, our agenda, Steve, a good Republican leader would have came out yesterday and said, hey, we need to work on inflation. We need to work on getting our energy back, energy independence so we can get fuel prices down for American taxpayers. We need to close this damn border. He did not mention one thing that matters to the American people. Not one. And you know what they voted on yesterday, Steve? I'm sure you heard about that. Same-sex marriage.
Oh, yes.
That's what they're concerned about.
Yep.
Isn't this incredible? I mean, Steve, this country's in such a violent downspin. I don't care who we get into the presidency, whether it's Trump, Scott, DeSantis. It doesn't matter. And McCarthy's just as bad, He's a rhino too. He's in the establishment. He wants the power. He should have been out there today saying that we need to work for the people. First thing on the agenda, energy. Let's get fuel prices down. No, nothing. Crickets. I don't know, Steve. It's just, there's no, really, you look at America today, it's like there's no future. You look 10, 20, 30 years down the road, like years ago, you could look towards the future and think about what you wanted to do with your life. But kids today, I mean, look how they voted. These 18 to 29-year-olds.
Well, they're
most of them all in college, all indoctrinated.
They're all on the bandwagon. They actually feel like this is great. We're headed in the right direction. I mean, mandating all electric vehicles, although we don't have the power to charge. I mean, they think this is what it's all about. This is hey, we're doing great.
Yeah, I mean, they push that climate stuff in college. I mean, I got nieces and nephews. They're all, I listen to them talk, and they're like these climate change nuts. I'm like, do you realize that this is all a hoax? But the thing is, the Republicans have to come out with a different message. Whoever's going to run, that hey, we're for some change, for electric cars, but we're not ready for this to go all in.
Yeah.
They could put out a message that says, we've got the cleanest energy, we've got the cleanest water that we've ever had. I mean, there's a lot of things that they could be saying to the people that are on the fence about voting for a conservative president. But they didn't do it. They had a terrible message in the midterms, and that's what killed them. Especially that abortion issue, because they did not come out and just slam the Democrats on this, that this is what they want, abortion up to birth. Maybe put out a video and showing exactly what it is. And maybe it would have turned them voters off. But these younger people today, Steve, they're just whacked. They really are. They have no sense of reality. They're not living in the real world, like we are. Struggling to pay the bills, and it's just I don't know. Just got to live one day at a time, I guess, and try not to get too caught up in it. But just pretty disgusting on what's happening. So anyway,
well, I appreciate you checking in this morning, Steve. What else you got?
Yeah. I just figured I'd check in on that loneliest hour. So just start heading home now, and I'll be home in about an hour. So it was good talking to you tonight, Steve.
All right. Appreciate you checking in. Thank you very much. Let me get back to the rest of the story, the Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump thing, where yesterday, I guess DeSantis told reporters, people just need to chill out. At the end of that news conference, Hurricane Ian recovery, when asked about the potential civil war brewing in the Republican Party, people supposedly choosing between Trump and DeSantis, he dismissed the speculation. He said, we just finished this election. People just need to chill out. Chill out a little bit on some of this stuff. I mean, seriously, we just ran an election. We've got the Georgia runoff coming, which is very important for Republicans to win that Georgia runoff. He did point to the historic victories in the Sunshine State. I'm emphasizing that we've secured a historic victory because his administration led, delivered. We had your back when you needed us. I mean, that was pretty much the biggest bright spot for Republicans in the midterms. Yeah, not so bright in many other parts of the country. We know that. I mean, it was a substandard performance given the dynamics that are playing out. Now, those remarks coinciding with kind of the tone he set on Tuesday prior to Trump's making his announcement that he was going to indeed run. Noting that incoming fire is just the nature of the job. One of the things I've learned in this job is when you're doing, when you're leading, when you're getting things done, you're going to take incoming fire. That's the nature of the beast. Yeah, he went on to criticize the corporate media, pointing to Florida's victories as the blueprint for the GOP. And it wasn't just the best governor victory. Is that we swept in. We swept in supermajorities in the legislature. We have 85 Republicans out of 120 in our state house. We've never had that many before. Yeah, things did go well for the Republican Party in the state of Florida. All right, 25 past the hour. Who we got here? Let's jump down to 5-7. Back on board. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got a 1979. I bought a 52 '67 Chevrolet, and in Jacksonville, Florida. The ship was in dry dock up here in Charleston, South Carolina. And back in the day, you had your, regular, you had your unleaded, and you had your high test. Well, I put what I thought was high test, but here it was diesel.
Oops.
Well, it was about, that's, so I walked over to the mechanic in the shop. I told him what I'd done. He said, don't worry about it. He said, just keep it running. He said, yeah, I have a hard time idling, but he said, where you going? I said, well, I'm going to Charleston, South Carolina. He said, ain't going to hurt it a bit. Probably the best thing you did for that old car. And I did. I got it. I pulled her out and lit it up. I left black smoke all the way up I-95. I got up here to just 78, just shy of I-26. Got it down there to Harleyville. And next day, pulled it in. They drained, had a mechanic drain the juice out of the tank. Put me a new fuel filter in. It was a 283 4-barrel with dual exhaust and power pack package, and didn't hurt it a bit. But the old technology worked good. So other than that, I did was delivering diesel fuel. And down along the Canal River, there's a overnight trucking. Well, I was up the river and I loaded my tanker, 85,000 gallons of diesel, and you hook it up and it filled that tanker. So I had a 3-compartment tanker. I had the computer that said exactly what I had on board, number 2 diesel. And I take it over there, and when I got to the overnight, they have to come out, and you got to have a terminal manager and you stick the tanks. I drop that fuel in that tank, the one that he told me to put it in. Well, I get called back the next day. I needed to take that paperwork and go down there and talk to him. So I pull in down there first thing, and he said, first, son, I got to tell you, you're the most popular fuel delivery driver we've ever had. What? He said, them wiggle wagons, you got to remember, the overnights were them old cab over backs. I mean, they were like little tin cans. And he said they hooked up to them pumps, and they said even going across the West Virginia turnpikes, flames coming out of the stack. They were passing up the big, large cars, just boom, boom, boom. He said about 5 of them got as far as Beckley before they broke down on the side of the road. Took a sample out of that diesel tank, and you could smell it. It was red. I showed them the paperwork from Exxon, but our company had to, we were contractors, so my boss had to fire me. And he said, here's how it worked out. He said, you drop that tanker over there on that side of the yard and go hook to that flatbed. And that was it, because they knew I didn't screw up or anything. But yeah, I was the most popular delivery driver out of Charleston, West Virginia.
At least for a very short period of time, till you got the pink slip, right? All right, news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Donald Trump, who has mounted relentless attacks on the integrity of U.S. voting since his 2020 election defeat, launched a bid to regain the presidency in 2024, aiming to preempt potential Republican rivals. Republicans were just 1 seat shy of securing a majority in the House of Representatives, a midterm victory that would usher in 2 years of divided government after Democrats retained control of the Senate. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is facing a high-wire act as he takes a step toward becoming Speaker. A Georgia law banning abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy cannot be enforced. A state judge has ruled, handing a victory to Planned Parenthood and other abortion rights groups that challenged the restriction when it took effect this past summer. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation, and now, for a limited time only, full-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full-pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, kind of falling right in line with what Steve just mentioned. Yeah, the maintaining the status quo in D.C., right? Let's see. For most people, and I'm sure you're in the mix, if you screw up on the job, Hey, 5-7 was just explaining such a thing. If you screw up on the job, there's consequences, right? You get written up. You get hauled into the office. You know, you get counseling, or if it's bad enough, you get shown the door, right? Normally, but, well, not in Washington, D.C. Well, not in the Republican Party, that is. It's something that happens all over Washington. Why else would people be embedded there for decades? But for these purposes, it's the Republican Party that is actually rewarding bad behavior. Tuesday, Republicans officially won control of the House of Representatives. With that, they started to choose their leadership. Now, these are the same people who just finished running again for office on the notion that there needs to be leadership change in Washington. Can you pick out any change? Kevin McCarthy, selected by the Republicans to be the next Speaker of the House. Of course, the full House still has to vote in January, but that's beside the point. He doesn't even have the gavel in his hand, and he's already squishy. Yeah, the Democrats, it was the Democrats, correct me if I'm wrong, that demonized or decided to weaponize impeachment and use it against former President Trump for a phone call that he made to Ukraine. Yes, President Zelensky, right? Yeah, with far more egregious events, the fault of Joe Biden's negligence or incompetence, Republicans are ready to move, right? Well, not McCarthy. No way. He said in an interview, I think the country doesn't like impeachment used for political purposes at all. If anyone ever rises to that occasion, you have to, but I think the country wants to heal and start to see the system that actually works. He was also asked if he thought Joe Biden or anyone in his administration might hit the bar for impeachment. Are there Fauci, anybody's name come to mind that you think their ass should have been out a long time ago? His answer was, quote, I don't see it before me right now. Nobody. This is the guy with a picture of Ronald Reagan in his office. Yeah, the new House Majority Whip will be Tom Emmer. If there's anyone who should be looked at hard as to why Republicans did not pick up more seats in the midterm election, it would be this guy. Former head of the National Republican Congressional Committee, the Republican Party's campaign arm for the House. If there was going to be a red wave, Emmer was the guy whose job it was to deliver such a wave. Well, he delivered a red puddle. No worries for Emmer, though. He has been promoted to Majority Whip in the Republican Party. And, of course, still more failing up. There's no better argument for both change in leadership and a failing up than Senate Majority Mitch McConnell. The Senate candidates that he doomed to failure in this midterm amounts to nothing short of criminal negligence. So you've got to keep in mind, any candidate that Trump endorsed, Mitch and Trump do not see eye to eye. If there is truly any animosity like they're trying to paint between DeSantis and Trump, it exists between Mitch and Trump. Mitch didn't want to do anything to help Trump-endorsed candidates to win. He doesn't like the candidates, anyone endorsed by Donald Trump. And he doesn't like candidates who more than likely wouldn't vote for him to be Senate leader. You know what he likes? He likes power. The Senate Leadership Fund, the McConnell-affiliated PAC, pulled millions of dollars from Republican Senate candidates. Blake Masters in Arizona, Don Bullock in New Hampshire. Both of those were winnable races. Where'd they put that money instead? They put it on the reliable McConnell backer, Lisa Murkowski, in Alaska. Only problem there is, in Alaska, the top two candidates are both Republicans. Instead of beating Democrats, the GOP actually spent money to beat a Republican. That's the way it pans out. But, and they say you can't make this stuff up. How true that is. Rewarding failure in the Republican Party. That was Becky Noble from the Political Insider, her comments this past day. And I think she's spot on across the board. Who said we wanted change? It's the status quo. Country Bumpkin, what's happening this morning?
Oh, just a week from hell, and I'll be glad when it's over. Yeah, last night you touched on California, where they were handing out CDLs to unqualified people.
Yes, hundreds of them.
Is there been anything else? Yes. What are they going to do with these drivers? Or I call them steering wheel holders, but what are they going to do with them? Are they going to pull them off the road?
I'm assuming they'd have to. I mean, for all that they could maybe go back and confirm that got their licenses through the bribes thing, they'd have to cancel their CDLs and make them come back and actually take a test.
Yeah, I would think so. Okay, do you remember back, it's been several years ago, I believe that the Secretary of State in Illinois went to prison over that same thing.
Actually, it was the governor. That was the license for bribe scandal there, and it was the governor that went to prison over that.
Okay, it was the governor.
Now, if memory serves, they had they canceled all those licenses, and they had to come back, and a lot of them didn't show up because they knew they couldn't pass the daggone test.
Right. Well, it's very evident out here. I was going through the south side of Chicago tonight. Some driver come over in my lane, hit my mirror, and knocked it in. I couldn't see to pull over. And when I could, I finally got pulled over, and I couldn't pull my mirror out, so I couldn't see. So I had to get a ratchet strap, tie it to a light pole, and back up to pull my mirror out so I could see. It's crazy. It's evident in the way these people are driving out here, very much so. I was over here earlier this year, and the lady couldn't back in to an easy area. I ended up backing the truck in for her. She had her phone out to use as an interpreter for the dock people.
Wow.
Because she could not speak English.
Mm.
So, I know it's crazy. Well, thanks again, Steve, for all you do. I'll get off here and let you go to intelligent caller because I'm not one of them.
See what we can come up with. All right, real quick, like Eskimo Mom sent me the link, and Melanie actually shared that on the YouTube feed here a few minutes ago, or Facebook, rather. I-70 east and west closed in Ohio about the 48-mile marker. I guess they had some of that snow come through. Bunch of wrecks, some with injuries. This is near Springfield at the Enon exit, Clark County, Ohio. Now, what Eskimo Mom sent me, I'm sure, can I pull up the story? I knew I had that before me. Here it is. From WHIO-TV. Several crews are on scene of multi-vehicle accident, both east and westbound I-70. Early this morning, according to the Springfield Post of the State Patrol, crews initially dispatched about 2:20 a.m. Both sides of 70 closed near State Route 4 right now. There's two separate accidents, one on the east and one on the westbound of I-70. 3 commercial vehicles, including a tanker truck, were involved in the eastbound accident. There is a confirmed fuel leak with this crash. Hazmat has been requested. It's been 2 hours ago, but it's probably going to be hours longer, right? 2 box trucks were involved in the crash on westbound I-70. We could not confirm if there were injuries. OGO cameras are showing both sides of 70 closed. Traffic not moving. This is the second reported crash on westbound 70 just during the overnight hours. There was one on I-70 past I-675 a little before 2 o'clock this morning. So there you go. Update from WHIO. You're not moving on 70. And isn't that where Eskimo Mom, right out of the box this morning, said, I hope that snow stays away from I-70. Uh-oh. So much for that project. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hey, we're already to Thursday. How about that? Yeah, Friday Eve. Happy Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Ready for a working weekend. Time to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights. Make that flip back. Yeah, the countdown continues. Only 38 days till Christmas. Good morning to Truck and Phil. Semper Fi, as he likes to say. There you go, Semper Fi. It's been a couple days since we've heard from Scarecrow. What's happening, Scarecrow? Where you been?
Oh, just happy trucking, you know. Just kind of running dry on news and comment these days. But I figure you and your board out there, they got it pretty much all covered anyway. Moving in towards Dumbass Friday and all the way. I figure I better get warmed up here, you know. First of all, we got to shout out to Knucklebuster. I'm guessing he's still out there. Hey, Bud, you need to gather up some of those fuel reward points you've been hoarding and pop up for a new headset there. I know Steve mentioned it a night or two back, but you know, I think, Steve, for what you are able to decipher, the signal becomes weaker and it's even tougher out on this end. I know tonight, one of the calls tonight, I gave up on trying to follow what's. So yeah, with Christmas coming here, Knucklebuster, you put something out on your wish list there, I think.
Yeah, right.
And let's see, Steve, do you have a bucket list of any kind?
Nah, I do not. I've never really sat down and thought about a bucket list. No.
How about a trip to Florida to watch one of them launches live? Listening to you broadcast, actually talking about that for several weeks now, but listening to you last night, as fired up as you are, got about that launch and such. You deserve.
Did that come through over the air? You could detect that I was kind of excited about that? I mean, I had little chill bumps running up my back.
Yeah, no, that's cool, Steve. There's nothing wrong with that at all. So coincidentally, there was a little chatter earlier on tonight about that moment. And, we've had heavy overcast, snow and flurries and drizzle and whatnot, seemed like forever here. And about the Waukesha area, heading towards Milwaukee, look at that. There's the moon, about a half moon, but just as crystal clear. The skies had opened over the lake and such, and along with your conversation there, it just kind of fit the mode, fit the scene at the moment, and which brought to mind coincidentally they sentenced that individual that run down all the individuals in that Christmas parade last year in Waukesha. Justice will never be served totally there. It won't bring them lives back, but I think you got 6 life sentences for those that passed away, and then the hammer, the nail in the coffin was 750 years for the damage that he caused to injuries that he caused to all the others. So I guess we can kiss his ass goodbye there.
Right.
So anyway, think about Jay Leno there. The day that that accident happened, they run a clip on. They'd recorded it for an automotive program at one time. It showed him starting that car. Now this was like a 1901 whatever, but it's a steam-powered car. Well, it's apparently gasoline that that the burner ran on, to generate the steam. And he kind of went through the process what it took. So, my thoughts are that he was doing this very thing, was using a kind of like a Bic lighter or such, and he referenced how it would spray the gas.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing that he had his head in the wrong place, or it sprayed that gas out and then ignited or such. But yeah, that was one darn vintage of a car that went up there. Trying to think what else here. Yeah, early in the week, you already came up with a couple of DA nominations. I thought, what the hell did he corner me on now? But no, my name never came up. But that individual dancing on the top of that semi trailer kind of reminded me of old Bugs Bunny Roadrunner cartoon, where the Roadrunner, he's probably in the train and locomotive, and the Coyote, he's up there ready to pounce on them, and boom, they run into a tunnel. And so much for Wile E. Coyote there. But then just coming out of Milwaukee now, I see a squad car raced by me. I caught up to a four-wheeler on the shoulder, and I'm guessing he was the recipient of a bunch of ice and whatnot that bounced off a trailer. Just coincidentally, a bunch of chunks of really hard-packed snow on the shoulder where this car happened to be sitting and whatnot. And then a lot on the downside, squeezing it in here. I mentioned a couple 3 weeks back, my youngest son's father-in-law, they found a tumor on his brain. They operated 2 weeks back, and they came out, and the doctor, gave him the pep talk, to the family and whatnot. And my daughter-in-law, she said, "Okay, now that the feel-good stuff is out of the way, let's spell it out the way it is, Doc." Because she lost her brother. He was wheelchair-bound for about 15 years due to a drunk driver, injuring him.
Mm-hmm.
He passed away a few years, 3 or 4 years back. But the doctor, he realized that he's trying to BS the wrong person here.
Mm-hmm.
And so he fessed up. He said, no, he wasn't able to get it all. There's just some blood vessels are too tight in there. So they're speculating that it'll probably grow back before, they're able to start chemo and all that. So, but either way, my my son there, he said there was a new bonding that took place between him and his father-in-law. He had to help him pee into a cup the other day, which was quite the experience from his standpoint. But So either way, if we got tomorrow yet or tonight, we'll pick up where we left off there, Steve. We'll cut you loose for the day then.
Thank you for
taking
checking
me
in. Good to hear from you, Scarecrow. Have a great day. Be safe out there. All right, what do we got? Let's see. One more time, let's mention our Battle-Scarred Motorsports giveaway winner. Of course, last Friday was Veterans Day, right? And that was the day that was slated by Hot Shot Secret, where they had given earlier this year a $5,000 donation to Battle-Scarred Motorsports. 4 of that was going to Battle-Scarred, and then $1,000 was going to be essentially to sponsor a veteran out there to be able to go down to New Orleans and participate in the big race that's actually coming up this weekend. Brandon Wood was that winner on Veterans Day. Brandon Wood spent nearly 13 years in the U.S. Air Force as an EOD tech, 3 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. Unfortunately, forced to retire because of a back injury. But he's the winner of the opportunity to race at the NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana, right there near New Orleans, in the Big Easy Enduro this weekend. This is an 18-plus 7-hour Champ Car Endurance Series race that actually, it all gets underway tomorrow, a.k.a. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. All right, stick around here for our friends listening in via tncradio.live. If you're not, you can flip over as we wrap things up here on a Thursday morning. All right, Wednesday nights are recorded live, and you get the playbacks coming up here in just a few minutes. tncradio.live. First up, Tom Kirk hosts Keep On Talking. Now, he and several drivers talk about trucking, lively discussions about the way drivers are paid these days. What's fair? What should stay the same? What needs to change out there? Then stay tuned for a fantastic episode of Taillights as Larry and Angie Baum interview the founders of the NADRA, the quickly growing trucking organization where innovation, accountability, transparency, and inclusiveness are the main 4 pillars of that foundation, of that organization. So that's all coming up here via tncradio.live or the tncradio.live app. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us as we'll be rolling into Friday for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but